I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Alrighty, I'll be in order. We're reviewing the agenda. I've had a request. Can we move citizens input to after the 10:15 item? Some of the people that are on Zoom want to be able to speak and ask some questions. Would that be possible? Or, so I think you can ask questions without moving citizens input, but I was going to get the wishes of the board. Which would you prefer to do?
Oh, for that topic, for the
Yeah,
10:15
yes,
topic?
yeah, they wanted to have citizens input after that so that they could talk about it right
Well, yeah,
after.
if you allow them to ask, they can.
Yeah,
I think,
yeah, if you allow time permits, I think that'd be just fine to
Okay.
let them speak in regards to that topic.
Okay, that was a request I had last night. So we can, because I also have someone coming in for citizens input to Kaylee Bishop with mental health did not get on the agenda, so she's just gonna come and talk in the citizens input part of it. Okay, so do we have any conflicts of interest? Hearing none, we'll move forward to the reading of the minutes.
January 24, 2023, the Board of Supervisors met at 9 a.m. with Ty Rossberg, Chairman, presiding. Members present were Schultz, Dozark, Rossberg, Mulbauer, and Hayden. Minutes of the previous meeting read and approved. On motion, the board recognized claims for public health and approved claims for all other departments. Motion was made by Mulbauer, seconded by Dozark, to approve a resolution related to reclassification of 300th Street lying between State Highway 141 and W Avenue from a level B service roadway to a level A service roadway. Motion passed unanimously. Motion was made by Hayden, seconded by Dozark, to approve a letter of support related to the RAISE grant application for the Donna Reed Bridge Replacement Project. Motion passed unanimously. Motion was made by Schultz, seconded by Mulbauer, to approve an amendment to Iowa DOT fiscal year 23 county 5-year program, adding the Donna Reed Road Bridge over the Union Pacific Railroad to the program. Motion passed unanimously. Motion was made by Schultz, seconded by Dozark, to approve the award of bridge replacement project 60-24 bridge on County Road L51 over the Soldier River to Graves Construction in the amount of $1,158,234.65. Engineers estimate $1,240,120.20. Motion passed unanimously. At 10 a.m. is advertised. The motion was made by Hayden, seconded by Schultz, to open the public hearing regarding the classification of 300th line between Highway 141 and W Avenue from a level B service roadway to a level A service roadway. Motion passed unanimously. There were no written or oral objections. At 10:06 a.m. a motion was made by Hayden, seconded by Mulbauer, to close the public hearing. Motion passed unanimously. At 10:07, as advertised, a motion was made by Hayden, seconded by Schultz, to open the public hearing. Motion passed unanimously. There were no written or oral objections. At 10:07, a motion was made by Dozark, seconded by Hayden, to close the public hearing. Motion passed unanimously. The board approved the treasurer's semi-annual report for July 1, 22 through December 31st, 2022. Motion passed unanimously. A motion was made by Schultz, seconded by Hayden, to approve the liquor license for the New Country Pumpkin Incorporated. Motion passed unanimously. Jacob Langholz, IT Director, had a discussion with the board about the Board of Supervisors email. Motion was made by Schultz, seconded by Dozark, to approve the following employee wage publication for 2022. During citizen input, Brian Broderson with the Crawford County Fair Board gave a brief update on motion. Duly seconded. The board adjourned 11:10 a.m. And this for the next meeting are posted and available at the courthouse on Friday, 4:30 p.m. preceding the next meeting.
Any corrections or additions to the minutes? If not, not, we'll have a motion to
Move we approve the
them
minutes.
as read.
What about in that board of supervisors email? And that one? Didn't get anything. Not.
Okay, so. This aside here. All right. Supervisors reports. Kyle, would you like to start today?
Well, I sure can. Caught me off guard.
Oh, sorry, do you want me to?
I'm just going back at this report we got from I guess that'd be from the tourism.
Oh, yes, yes.
And, you know, they had a small profit out there, barbecue fest, but I've talked to other people and said if they wanted to hire, that band, the AC/DC cover band, that the $5,000 wouldn't even come close to touching that, and that's what they reported here. They say add another 20,000 on top of that, but maybe they got a hell of a good deal on them, but which I hope they do, because if I could get that deal, I'd have them out of my place for an after harvest party, but you know,
Do we need to follow up? on
I don't
that?
know if it's, maybe that we got paid the balance got paid.
Well, that
and a different-
report should be exactly what they paid versus what, unless one of the big sponsors wrote a check directly
That's
to
what,
them,
that could very well be.
you know, I would hope that that's, I'm sure it was more than 5,000.
Yeah, but
In fact, I gave them their check, so too bad I can't go back and remember what that check was, because that's one of my jobs is to pay the band.
But I just thought that was,
What makes you think it was higher? I mean, do you
Oh,
know what they
it's-
charge?
I'm guessing it's 25,000, probably
I would say,
in that neighborhood anyway.
well, our main act was 30, you know, and these guys, I don't know,
I would assume that was the main act. huh?
that was the main act, yeah. No, our Friday night band is not usually our Saturdays are big.
Oh.
Yep, they're the
Oh,
ones that
okay.
have all the green list. They want this and that and this and that. and-
Hmm.
Yeah, we'll talk about that sometime.
But I just kind of really would,
I'll
if
ask,
that would skew that profit by
I'll ask,
a little bit,
Jeannie.
yeah.
Yeah, just kind
But other than that, we talked last week, I didn't get a chance, but we had a Yes Center meeting. That would have been the 20th already, yeah, the 20th. And you might have seen some of them coming through now. We had a large that unpaid balance, but I don't think that they had got to you yet, in the neighborhood of 20-some thousand dollars.
They go to Nate, so.
And I stopped talking to her last week and she was waiting on some clarification on stuff
Oh,
from the Yes Center in regards to those, so. The 20th due. They have 20,000 accounts receivable on our behalf up there, so
is that transportation?
some of it's transportation, a lot of dead nights, so. Without going into detail on that, but
When will we see that?
as
You got that now?
as they get.
When he turns it
As
in?
the paperwork gets completed and checked off, they'll be coming through. We did meet with Raycom last Tuesday afternoon, yep. And they are preparing the 4 sites for the equipment that's gonna go on the towers now, so. We just had a quick Zoom meeting with them, I guess about an hour long, with Tim Zink, Dwayne Voss, and Mike Northam, the project manager. Just wanted to go over, we're still on the page that we were when we originally started the plan, and updated us on some of our equipment that we put on 5 years ago, if it's still compatible with the new technology, and they think it is, so they won't have to change any of that, which is good. And the microwave feeds capability of providing video surveillance capacity, which is all that stuff, so we'll be able to put video cameras on our towers. And the microwave feed will be able to handle that of it too, so actually, we're gonna put, like the Charter Oak one, they're gonna put some actual bigger cameras are better on to actually do some storm spotting with them. The storms are rolling into the county. But through that discussion,
So are they quoting? Are they giving us a,
they're gonna work
Updated
on that.
price
Yeah,
on
they
that?
just- They just wanted to make sure that we were still talking apples to apples. And with the, had the figure eight, but now we just went to the circle, so I
Right.
don't know if that's gonna change. It shouldn't really change anything. It might save a microwave dish or two.
right?
So, that meeting went well. But through that, we'd also discussed that maybe, and Greg contacted Hoffman's about putting insurance on these 4 towers that are up.
Oh, yeah.
So in case something happened that we don't get a tower.
Are the towers up?
Yes, all 4 towers are up.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, I contacted them again because I hadn't heard from them.
okay,
As Ty asked me if I had heard from Hoffman, so I contacted them and Kurt and Molly were working on seeing if
okay,
ICAP had the information. It just takes a while. I think we're covered in the meantime,
but I
but,
think once you notify them, you're.
right,
They would.
they
go
just
back.
wanted to make sure that they were actually evaluating the information.
Sure,
And they wanted addresses.
there's the Vale Tower, with the guys on top, but,
The guys on top,
yeah. That was the last one to go up.
who do they work for? Is that Raycon up there?
No, that is,
That's,
Saber Industries.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh,
How
So,
many feet in the air is it?
you couldn't pay me to
150?
do that.
280, 250, they range from 250 to 295, I think. All right.
Makes my heart beat fast just looking at that.
It's
Huh,
not for the faint of heart, but
no,
we did discuss that when we're all final, said and done, that the chair or the assistant chair is gonna go up there and turn the switch on.
I'd say vice chair.
Vice chair, might wanna get.
other duties as assigned, I'll see how I'm feeling that day. Yeah, holy smokes.
We'll catch
Was it
you.
windy that day? No.
We'll catch you. We'll be right there for you.
I don't trust that, so, no.
It's got a ladder behind you every step of the
So
way.
do they climb up there, or do they take a?
No, they climb up.
they
It's got
climb?
ladders.
They climb up and they're strapped to it.
Yeah,
You won't fall far.
I think ocean only regulates a fall of 6 feet or less, so
Oh, my
you might be
goodness.
hanging from
Lots of-
5.5 feet, but you know.
So are they, when they're up there, are they like just putting the final nuts and bolts in, or are they actually hanging some equipment on there? I
These guys are
visualize
just-
that they,
I think right there, they're putting, in that picture, probably the lightning rod and,
oh, lightning
Oh,
rod.
that's far
and
away.
lights,
People-
and that's
Ooh,
a,
right.
yeah, that's a far away shot, but
Yeah,
Did
it
you
is.
take that, or did?
Greg did.
Greg did.
Yeah.
That is, yeah,
Lightning rods, lights and
keeping my
that.
day job for sure. Which is no job, but
Sure pays well.
I bet it does, yeah. But they don't have a crane, that like when they get ready to put the actual equipment on, that will go up with a crane. They're not gonna.
Some of it will, some of it they'll just winch up with ropes and blocks
Oh,
and
my gosh.
tackle and stuff, so.
Too bad it's not nicer weather. I could just watch them.
By the time it gets that, it might be nicer weather.
Yeah,
so.
it might.
So that's moving forward, but we're just trying to figure out through the EMA budget on when that stuff will
Yeah,
land.
it'd be nice to know what that equipment's gonna cost.
Exactly,
Now, current.
which brings me to a question, maybe I need to sit down and get Greg to come in, and we need to sit down and, because his budget hearing, or his public
Today.
hearings
Or
today,
Tonight, yeah.
tonight, and if Ty can't make it, that means you're in, which,
I think Ty will be feeling better by tonight.
okay. Which we just need to figure, because he's got like $1 million in his budget to pay for this stuff, and I don't know where we're gonna be at as far as end of this year, moving forward in the next fiscal year, and
Well, we have to wait to
ARPA
see what the
funds.
legislation does with our valuations too.
yeah, and that's up in the air too yet. If they come back and want us to reevaluate everything and really throw a,
Wrench into things.
yeah, limit our value, limit our growth, which we'd have like no growth then.
Possibly.
Plot thickens, as Todd Bruce would say. That's about really all I had as far as highlights of the last week. Like, so we got conference board at 5:30 tonight,
Woo-hoo.
and EMA will be shortly after that, which,
So this, since we're talking about that meeting tonight, is this just FYI, something that he needs to have the mayors sign if they're sending a mayor pro tem?
right, yeah.
It has Ty's name on that.
I think that's just a packet he sent out to all the mayors.
Okay. Probably, so
Greg.
we should probably have this with us. Can they sign that actually tonight if they are mayor pro tem that's coming?
If they show up personally, then we have to bring that.
Okay.
But there is some legislation on the books that emergency management, they want to move it to having their own taxing authority as well.
Really?
So what?
Take some of the politics out of it, I guess is what they're trying to do, but they don't.
When does that happen?
Well,
What?
what?
We'll see what happens.
Yeah,
Hang
That'd be
tight.
interesting.
we'll see what happens. I mean, it seems like Des Moines just really liking to shake stuff up right now, so.
They really do. I don't know. Steve's not gonna zoom in today. I guess he doesn't really have any updates and it's gonna be in a meeting, so we won't have that to do today, so.
Hopefully they're making decisions on 1056.
we'll
Yeah.
see. So is that all?
That's it.
All right. If you think anything, we can get back to you. Got anything, Craig?
All I had an IT meeting last week, fairly uneventful, and I did take a tour. Gene gave me a tour of the new county public health building and a tour of the old building, which I'd not been in. And so Dave, if you haven't done that, I would encourage you to take Gene up on our offer and take that tour. And I think we got our early childhood today at noon and conference tonight, 5:30.
I do have someone that wants to look at the building, the current
The annex.
facility, and they've been very patient, and they're at the point where they either need to look for a different building or, so Thursday at 1:15, I'm gonna take this particular entity through so that they can see it and feel confident that is what they are kind of looking for. Their board is pushing them to get a bigger facility, and this would be perfect for them. So I'm gonna show it at 1:15 today, or Thursday. I got it written on my calendar, I won't forget. So, yeah. Makes the start.
And I don't have a problem with it. I'm just thinking how the Iowa code says we can only dispose of property in certain ways, so it would still have to be up for an auction or sealed
Yeah.
bids or something of that
Yep.
nature, but
Absolutely.
just as long as they're aware of that.
They're
But-
very aware of that we don't have anything in writing. Their CEO is gonna be in town on Thursday,
Oh.
and they don't wanna be thinking this building is something they could use, and so they just kinda wanna see how the
If it'll
rooms are
actually
set up.
work.
If it has any potential or not.
Right, and so if it's not, then they would just be off the table, and if it is, then they would continue to wait to see what comes on, and they're not in a big rush. The building they're in now, they've outgrown,
Mhm.
so
Mhm.
I'll let you know how that goes next week. Just let me know that they really want to get in there and see if it's gonna work, so,
Okay.
okay? All right,
That's all I got.
all right, Dave?
Yeah, okay, I had last week a lengthy Zoom call with the executive board for ISAC, and top priority was that Senate Bill 1056, which, depending on how the calculation, if they pass this bill, would affect us, because we would have to go back and recalculate all of our values, and it could essentially change our entire budget. ISAC and the auditors affiliate have not registered against it at this moment. If anything, we're just trying to say, if you do this sooner, and then give counties plenty of time to react. I think the window was only like
10 days,
10
yeah,
days.
10 or 14 days.
It was not
very
much
small.
time to
And
react to
We have
this.
to give our software companies time to be able to, produce a product that will accommodate this, transaction to happen,
So
so.
if they could at least back it up maybe 2 weeks for counties to adjust.
Right, and it doesn't just affect the county's budget, it's gonna affect every taxing authority in the county, all the way down to townships.
And I mean,
And
it could,
timelines and
where we
stuff.
think we're at with our growth could totally be different depending on these new calculations.
So we wanna limit the growth per year.
And I'm not sure on all the nitty gritty details, but it sounds like it could be with homeowners or residential or even ag land, how they roll that back but it's kind of a wait and
I
see.
did talk to Dwayne about that a little bit this morning. He said it's so complex now, cause what is it, 25% of commercial property is taxed at residential value.
Right, the first 150,000 of valuation is taxed one way, and then the rest of it,
And that'll change.
that and multi-res, I think, are the same way.
And multi-res is getting taxed as residential now,
So it's kind of a wait and see what formula they come up with that we have to abide by.
But Dwayne says we're still required by state law so they gotta really change law to make this
Right.
happen.
And that's the
So
legislation.
That's what their
legislation.
ultimate goal is, just
Property
kind of-
tax cuts.
property tax cuts. So at the end of the day, is that another unfunded mandate, so to speak, that we're
Can be, yeah.
required to provide certain services, but we're not getting the money to do it anymore? And at the end of the day, it's not gonna be the best thing for the counties, but the best thing for taxpayers? Is that kind of in a nutshell?
It can be, yeah.
Can-
We'll have to see how it all comes out. There is some talk, I know like Senator Dawson on the Council Bluffs, at least is recognizing how it could impact the counties and would like to possibly look at the services, back to what we had talked about before, the services we provide for the state with CDL and DOT and recorder fees, and somehow have a variety of ways that leaves more money in our hands that we already collect for the state to, in a way, backfill us for the taxes that they're forcing us to implement in the first place.
But $4 and $25 is gonna take a lot of license plates and registrations to.
But we
fill up.
send, what, 90-95% of what we collect back to the state.
Yeah, we do.
So I mean, it adds up, but it's wait and see. The emergent management levy was talked about. That's House File 17. One concern was supervisors would lose some authority on EMA. However, it was brought up at the legislation that there's some thoughts of trying to make it more like your conference board, where supervisors would have a vote, mayors would have a vote, and maybe school boards.
I can see the pros and cons of that.
That's just one way they're possibly looking at changing that so that they levy for themselves, but yet have representation. Another bill was eminent domain, Senate File 101 was brought up. That's back to what, that 90% bill.
Yep.
And
We
it's
talked about it
being,
district.
being talked about. Talk about. There was a methane digester company, this was brought up, that wanted to use, this was with Carl Van Hoven. He was bringing this up, wanted to use the county's right of way to put a methane digester, the pipeline in the county right of way.
Just stay in the right way, circumvent any eminent domain needs.
But the question was brought up, yes, we have the right of way, but we don't own the land.
That's
We have
right.
the easement.
You'd still have to gain easement from the property owners.
That was
If
it.
everything that I've learned,
Happening in Sioux County and Lynn County. But it was kind of brought up,
Lion,
fine.
Yeah.
Fine. Then, what else we have?
interesting.
There was some talk about mental health. There could be reorganization. You know how they went to, instead of VHS or HHS now,
Yep.
and there could be some possible moving of mental health services through HHS now, and it's being talked about of maybe the regions will be reshaping.
Yep.
That-
We've
Hmm.
we visualized
That would be
that,
interesting to see how that turns out.
yeah. It'll be a disaster, but that's my opinion.
In my opinion, the wheels are gonna fall off the wagon
We-
before they
we
get the
saw it
wagon
coming.
fixed.
That-
We,
They
Day
need,
one.
they need to almost come full circle and just say, counties, here is your mental health funding per capita.
Do what
Here,
they do.
do what you need to do, whether you team up with your surrounding counties or 4 or 5 counties or have one large region, that's up to you. But here's your funds for your per capita. I don't think they'll do that.
No, they won't. I just wish that the services that we needed in Crawford County, we could get closer than having to send our people to Sioux City, and all the dynamics of making sure that every person's need is fulfilled without all of this figuring out who, the juggling of, well, this doesn't fit in here, it doesn't fit in here, so just send it to the ER, just send it to jail.
And rural counties are taking the brunt of it.
They are, absolutely. I think Kaylee is gonna be here today in, public input. She didn't actually make it to the agenda, but she's gonna come in and talk to us about her vision of what's going on in Crawford County, give us some solid numbers and let us ask questions. So, it'll be an interesting conversation to kind of see how
Tie
she
into that,
visualizes it. So she's coming today,
That'd be
is
good.
my understanding.
Another bill that was brought up is House File 75. It has to do with our comp boards. We're potentially looking at going away with comp boards altogether. And it would be put in the supervisor's hands. And there would be no tying everybody together. And you could pick and choose what departments get what. The caveat to that is so that one department, or I say newly elected office holder, would not be cut because it is the position, not the person, that you cannot go below what the salary already is. So that was interesting to
That is interesting.
being talked about.
Got a lot of moving parts to that today.
There's a lot of moving parts of that. Then we have our statewide supervisor meeting at the executive board Wednesday night ahead of the meeting on Thursday, all day long on Thursday. Mike Nag he will be one of our morning speakers. I'm looking forward to hearing from him. And then let's see, we have, you said you have our daycare meeting today, and we're looking at getting some dates set in place for our negotiations for our bargaining unit. That's about all I've got for you.
Very good. All right, I guess I'm up. We did have a very short, mental health meeting, Zoom only, to try to finalize the budget. What we left on the table last week was the raises for the advocates and the employees. It ranged from 3% to 8%. There was actually a motion to offer 8% raises, died for lack of a second. I said we did 3, died for lack of a second. So we settled at 5%. There are some of the advocates who are not quite up to speed with the rest of and so that's where they were. Also decided to raise their fuel price, we went up to 61 cents. The mileage to be revisited. We're probably going to put in place that we just follow the federal guidelines rather than have it be too high or too low. But we did not make that in a formal motion. We'll revisit that. I also had a BVCS early childhood meeting. They give out quite a packet on that. Once again, we're talking about financial reports, annual reviews, getting all of our providers. We have family steps in our oral health, and child care nurse consultants gave their reports. Numbers are going up in that department a little bit. They're seeing more people. Still have a ways to go on bringing the numbers up to where they were. This is just kind of a little bit of a feed off. Kim, from our public health is there, and let's see here. That meeting went well.
Has the funding getting cut, or is it staying status quo for ECI?
Staying status quo. It's not, they're not struggling. Then we had the DCAT meeting at 9 o'clock, and that is, they're struggling for funding. They're out of money a lot of places where they usually have some funds, and so they're struggling a little bit. But all in all.
Does that have to do because they restructured DHS to HHS and some of those funds are now available for
Yes.
DCAT?
Yep, you got it. But it's moving along there. All the programs have been funded. We did miss out on a grant that they're gonna reapply for. So the grants are coming in as expected, and so things are moving along. I have one more thing here I want to talk about. I wrote it down. I can't remember, I wrote it out. It's easier to. I think that's it. I might think of something later.
You guys meeting at Olibo yet, or you doing it over Zoom?
They do have it in Odebo, but I usually do Zoom because one is at 9 and then one's at 10, and with the, I just, everybody, it's really a big Zoom meeting. There's a lot of participants on there, but not having any trouble getting the help. We seem to be fully staffed, which is good. There was a point in time where we didn't have everybody staffed and everybody was kind of having to associate around, but yeah. Was it last? No, I had my public health meeting the week before. I think that's it for last week. Seems like it was a busier week than that, but they did have another wellness committee. I don't know if you guys all received your forms for donations and commitments. Did that come to you guys in your emails? Did you get one from Tim Stewart? Do you remember getting the?
Dave, are you done with that?
I'll forward that to you. What they're doing is starting the fundraising. They've gotten, we'll get the local banks and different entities about commitment for their funding. So that's getting, I've stayed, we call quiet about the amount of money that they're predicting the new wellness center will cost, because I trust in the finance committee that they have some leads, to where this money is gonna come from. So I've just kind of been waiting to see how that works out. Scott Ferguson is leading the charge on that, so. We've got, Brown Miller on there, and then we've got Annie Schrum we got representatives from the different banks going around. The gal from Eventide, CEO. No, Baker. Mindy. So got a good crew of people that know how to fundraise, and so I have faith that they are gonna do that, so. Plans haven't changed since last time I presented the plans, so just working now on seeing where we're gonna be on the fundraising and grants. I've got Jessica Zoop and Jessica Garcia are going after the Iowa-based grants, tourism grants and different things like that, so.
This price tag is 30, is that where they're at?
That's kind of where it's at. 23 million was the actual construction part of it, and that didn't include the architects, the security systems, the equipment for the gym and things like that, so that's where that 30 kind of comes in, because we can't just have a building without any equipment or turf or anything like that, so still a good project. There's one more thing I was going to talk about. It'll come to me. So that's pretty much it. Paul should be here shortly.
You have an item before Paul.
Oh,
Change the highlight.
What?
did everybody see
That one
claims?
item is 2.12.
2.12, okay.
Need to have a motion to approve the claims if everybody's had a chance to look them over, and
There aren't any claims.
Last week, say I didn't get anything.
okay. Okay. Personnel changes. We have the big one. Can we do that now? Discussion to rescind resolution relating to the reclassification of 300th Street lying between State Highway 141 and W Avenue from a level B service roadway to a level A service roadway. So,
I'll make a motion to rescind that action we took last week.
okay,
Second.
all right, all in favor? We need to go, it's a resolution, so when we rescind a resolution, we need to go individually. Kyle?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, all right, so the resolution has been rescinded. So that's off the table now. So what we need next is a motion to approve the resolution relating to the reclassification of 300th Street lying between State
Well, that's
Highway.
in Paul's agenda, so I don't know if you want to wait for Paul to.
So
know what I
so
mean?
all we
Yeah.
needed to do is rescind it.
Yes.
and we've done that, so when Paul
We'll
gets
approve it
here.
when Paul gets here.
All right, sorry.
No, it's okay.
So-
When I read through this, I was like, why do I have a rescind a resolution on my first day at the job?
Here you go.
All right, it's done.
That's something to be proud of.
And we do have a new hire in the recorder's office. Everybody saw that and signed that form. I don't know. Did we?
I gotta stamp it. I
Okay.
haven't seen it
All
yet.
right. So we just need to stamp
I'm
it.
holding her up.
Okay, that's fine. So Caleb Clark, do we know her? No, okay, didn't know she was somebody from internally that hired. Text Ty to see if he'll be at the meeting tonight, so we'll know, or Kyle, have you done that? Well, Kyle, have you got hold of Kyle to see if he's gonna be here tonight?
I haven't, no.
Would he be at the
She's
meeting?
married to Brady Clark.
She was the one that Sarah was talking about. She was supposed to hire, right?
I'm assuming so, yeah.
She put an offer in. It's fine.
Something I was. So there was talk at our mental health meeting about our 17 regions merging. So kind of, you got,
Into a bigger
17
region.
17 statewide
yeah,
regions,
and I think,
Yeah, right.
I think the way
17
that,
counties in one region.
17 counties in one region.
so they've all got their CEO. And, they're paid 6 figures to do that. So I've always felt like we're gonna go down to less regions and give them more counties. Eliminate a few of the middle chiefs,
First of all, we probably have to have a super CEO that gets paid upper 6 digits to figure out what the other ones all need to do.
Good night.
That was
That's what it
talked
seems like
about
happened.
years ago.
The super CEO.
The
Yeah,
super
we talked,
CEO.
yeah, I think Cecil always talked about that.
Well, that might be back on the table.
So did you really gain anything?
No,
No, it's just gonna cost. But that'll work for a year or so, and then they'll figure out that that's not working.
that usually sign these.
That'd be good if Chris got some contact information. I've been trying to chase them down through the water, and I talked to Iowa Rural Water Association, and Chris has talked to them. He's reached out to him and never get him back.
Okay.
So, yeah, somebody in Des Moines would be,
Is anybody going to Des Moines on Thursday?
no. I will be
I got that
Well,
appointment to
Jamaica,
show that.
the country, not the state, and not the city.
That's the guy. You know him?
It's actually,
I do not, I haven't reached out to him. No.
Jeanette Lawson, her own.
So one thing, at least my daughter can always point me to the right person that I need to.
Well, that's what it takes sometimes, just somebody to point in the right direction. We're just out here trying
Oh,
to
yeah.
get some sort of resolution and answers, and we just can't get it.
She said too, to get Jason and
and
Steve involved. So when I send my email, I'm gonna CC you, CC Jason.
Okay, Chris,
Steve.
Chris's email would
I'll get
be
that
Chris
information from
Gosh,
Chris.
Crawford County. See Gosh, probably.
I don't know. I mean, look, I'll call him.
Okay.
Meet with him.
What they're talking about.
Get that information from him when I meet with him.
There you go. And right after that childcare meeting doesn't take very long.
No, it doesn't. You're right.
Very quick. We could go after that.
See Gosh at Crawford.
Yeah, see, the last
County.
one's meeting was 10 minutes, huh?
Yeah.
I really should split with you. If you don't mind. Have You go, it won't take two of us for 10 minutes.
No.
No,
And I'd go with Gene after this.
That'd be fine.
you should be able to, not need a tour of that. The annex. Don't need a tour of that.
Nobody's fine.
I've been there 2 times this week.
I had that board for 2 years.
What did you call the new building? It's called, is it called-
City Center.
City
They've
Center.
always called it
City
City Center.
Center.
We
Okay.
haven't changed it yet.
Dr. Crab's
So I was called the old and the annex.
Walter's
New
Farms.
was the City
Yeah.
Center.
Dr. Crab.
Instead of just calling it public health.
So people, well, people don't, I need people to know where to
See,
eat.
the time is right. You take it for lunch.
Oh, I'll bring you home for leftovers.
I'm not picky.
Probably not. Yeah, lunch is usually leftovers. I also had a meeting this morning with Paul in Ty's place, so just one day of Ty being gone has been. Oh, I'll text him real quick and see if he's gonna be here tonight, because then we'll know, won't we?
You can sweat it all day.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about.
Not always.
I thought you could read my mind. Oh, my grandson Jackson
So the,
won the
process
Hawkeye
for
Can.
the
Did you
assessment.
see that?
is he
I did.
since
I did.
he's passed?
What's he ranked?
Asking for the
He was 5th going into that, so winning.
He should be bumped up with you. He's undefeated this year. So far.
This is.
He still was only ranked 5th.
Because it can only be, it's his maximum.
Yeah.
You didn't have one.
Wrestled 3A though.
Maximum.
Or is it 2A?
Really?
I thought
It was
that
always
they did.
3A.
I don't,
Okay.
I don't believe they
That's
do.
what
I don't think the assessor, I don't think they do.
They have their own levying authority, so.
You know.
No long day. I've been
Taking
to
those
Omaha
to the
back
meeting?
already. Been to the airport.
I don't know, you realize
Holy
like.
cow.
That way with the grandkids and
Had to take my
the kids.
poor kid, so she go back to Phoenix where it's warm.
Oh, she going to the Super Bowl?
No, she's not, but she's actually helping with the Super Bowl.
Really?
Yeah.
Fun.
She's the Arizona meet and greet team. She has to work in the airport 3 days greeting people as they come in for the Super Bowl.
Nice.
Yeah, that freshman.
That's a good idea.
Did he?
I don't know how much she'll be,
What it ended up
I
being.
don't know how much she'll be called upon to meet and greet people.
How does that start? How early?
I think her first day
What's he
is,
wrestling? He's at what weight class?
I think she got work the 6th, the
What's his weight class?
8th and 9th.
220.
For some reason, very nice spot.
That was like what I was doing last year.
3 days, I mean, I thought it was fairly early too, like a week in advance. I suppose if people
I
come.
have a picture.
Ninth and
That's a Thursday, so,
So Adam was 189, right?
yeah,
Yeah. we did one
I might be wrong on the dates, it might be
That's
8, 9, 11 or something like that.
I've seen you in my
I got in my notes, maximum hatch rate. is 60 sessions, has 65 hours.
And that says senior year, we had class.
They must not be at the max.
That person at state had to go to the highest.
What I got at school.
Yeah.
Lot of
Oh.
residents.
They're talking about putting that pipeline in the right away.
That's the intense, you know.
Code states, you know, by easement, the county must
He's into
put
that
a
college
road
too, so
in
I'm like, wow.
and maintain a road within the right of way.
So like Houston, I would think,
Yep, or any gravel road, you know, if we maintain a road, we're by prescribed easement,
We're in.
all really good and explain. So if the utilities, which most telephone and stuff is in the right of way. And they are piggybacking off of the county's easement to maintain a road.
Yeah.
And nobody's ever complained about it, because everybody wants communication. Stuff like that. In theory, they should have went to the landowners and got an easement on the
As long as he didn't
land.
learn that from his grandma.
So now we're talking,
I heard you say two places, correct?
She was younger.
Go right up.
And on a trip that they
The
went.
federal government don't want.
Holiday.
You know what I mean? But it's exactly simple. They already have property.
Kyle, talking about that right away. Remember when they tried to put the
Paul's always on time.
communications systems in the right of way, so they wouldn't have to pay tower fees
They
or.
worked around it, didn't they? And then we as a board at that time said, you know what, at that time it was like 4 poles, we'll do it, you know, so. But I
We
don't know
wouldn't have
if
to
right
pay
or
any
not.
landowners anything, so let's just put it in the right of way.
Where are those at?
This was, where did they go?
Kirkland's was just north of him, there's one in the road, this big tall, like 100-foot wooden pole with a bunch of little sand lights still hanging on it. There's one up by the Soldier Lutheran Church there by Ricketts. Those are the two that I know.
There's like a
For that time, there was, Western Crawford was like, there's no internet service at all.
There's Paul.
Right.
Ended. All right.
Come on now.
Come on down.
How's everyone?
Good. We have rescinded our resolution, so we're ready to take that next step.
Now we match up.
Now you what?
We match up with the honor.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Good morning, how are you?
Another one.
Chilly one.
Everybody got
We're
one over
missing
there?
somebody, so
A
that's.
few
Pies on here.
cold
There we go.
days.
Okay, well, we'll try to keep things moving along. Got a few things here to discuss, so. The contract project, we awarded that last week, and so now we're just waiting for contracts to come through, and once we get those from the contractor, we'll approve those, and then we can actually talk to the contractor and find out, what his plans are. He plans on starting to work on it, so at this point, we don't know a whole lot, other than we've got a contractor in a little bit, so that's about, where we're at there.
Time frame, is it 20 days?
Well, usually within 30 days, they have to enter into a contract, yeah, once the bids are, once it's awarded, so it should be fairly soon. I don't see that taking too long. And then the asphalt project is scheduled for late in February. The guys, day labor, basically clearing snow right now, doing a little tree cutting and spotting a few loads of crushed limestone when it thaws out, which it looks like it's gonna do again this weekend, so, kind of trying to keep everything cleared off, pushing back today. There was, some pretty good drifting over the weekend anyways, so. Item 4, we got that resolution for the reclassification, so you want to take action on
It's
that.
on both agendas, so,
Chair, Mr. Chair,
yes.
I would approve or make the motion to approve item number 4.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the resolution relating to the reclassification of 300th Street line between State Highway 141 and W Avenue from a level B service road to a level A service road. All right, so we have a motion, a second. Kyle,
Aye.
Right.
chair votes aye, so that resolution passes.
So let me just cross that out, but I can do that when we get the chairman pro tem, or you want me to go down and change it before she signs it? Usually,
I guess
usually
you
you
can
just sign it and put vice chair.
Yeah.
So,
If Megan had it, she could change it and we look it right out. Oh,
I tried to get it all on.
You're good, thank you.
I think you can just put vice chair on.
Vice chair.
Well, if it's not okay. I just put vice behind it. Make your
Okay,
approval.
And then you'll need to give a resolution number. Yeah, that's just the, I can take
Is
that.
that the notice?
That's the
Okay.
notice, yeah. And I can send you, I think I sent you an electronic form of both of them, however,
I don't think we have it.
the resolution, well, it would have changed because I had to change the date anyhow, but I'll get you a copy of that, electronic copy of that. So,
So the next, we have the motion to approve the final order vacating a portion of excess right of way located near the intersection of P Avenue and Kenwood Road. That's on both of our agendas today, so.
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved in second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That's been approved. Chair says aye. All right.
There you go. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So then our next item is motion to approve position on allowing an annual all systems overweight permit on certain secondary roads within Crawford County. Talked about this last week. Did anybody get any more information, or any of the public have their opinion about that, or do we want to go forward and approve that as we talked about it last week?
I didn't get any more phone calls in regards to it, but
Yeah.
I had heard it both ways. The guy said, great, let us have the sign up voluntarily and do this, and we can be over higher weight limits. And I've had others, well, it's gonna cause more wear and tear, so it was really 50-50. I had it down, you know, like, people
Yeah.
on both sides, seeing the good and the bad of
Yep.
this.
And I think that's what you're gonna see, you know, and Dan's doing a story when I don't know when they'll come out, right, tomorrow's, yeah, because of Wednesday. I think it captures the essence of it, that, you know, what do the people want? And we know what industry wants. They want heavier weights, but at the end of the day, there's additional wear and tear and there's additional cost.
Yeah.
There's just no denying that. And so, you know, I guess it's really a policy call. And what I have seen, and if you all kind of went to that link and pulled up the map of Iowa, you can
Yep.
zoom in on some of those counties, the ones that have opted in, it's mostly red. And, you know, they've just opted in a few miles here or there.
To me, that's,
I've looked at all of them, but I mean, the sampling that I looked at, that's what I was seeing.
just my own thoughts on that. It's kind of a BS way just to collect some money. Just to have a mile or two submitted. I mean, you either do it for the industry, or you do it to protect, or you don't do it to protect your roads and bridges long term. I mean, to me, you gotta be all in or all, I mean, all.
I look at it different ways than that. I look at it as sticking your toe in the water to see if the water's favorable. Cause I mean, if you end up getting decent amount of money for it, I see it, but if you're only gonna get a couple hundred or a couple $1,000s out of it, is it worth the wear and tear on your system?
My question is, if we just say we're in a little bit, dip our toe in, so to speak, are we still gonna have to go forward and have all of our bridges reassessed for that $5,000?
Not if we designate roads that don't have the bridges
Okay.
on them. So, you know, if you designate one route, you know, I mean, generally speaking, like Greene County, for instance, okay, they designated a route that they know is gonna get a lot of granular, you know, gravel haul traffic. Sac County did the same thing, a few miles. I think one was like 4 or 5 miles, the other one was 3 miles. And, you know, so they're opting in on known routes where they know that those haulers on those particular roadways are gonna wanna haul more on a pretty regular basis. And they're willing to pay the $500. Doesn't really impact any bridges or anything. So they've opted in for those. It kind of makes sense. So it does kind of give
What would
that
be an
flexibility.
equivalent path in Crawford County that you cite in Sac and?
I would say probably M64 coming down out of Wall Lake area, coming down Highway 30, that probably gets more granular surfacing on a regular basis, because you have, you know, coming into Carroll County and perhaps even
Right.
Audubon County, you know, and continuing on south. So, you know, that segment from the county line down to Highway 30 probably would be one that would kind of fit that. Now, there are the bridges that are on that roadway, because what we do as far as maintenance or responsibility for inspection, we take care of the west and the north. And so Carroll County, those bridges would be under their purview as far as inspection and kind of routine maintenance on it. If it's replaced, we share the cost, but we'd have to, you know, we'd want to check with them first and see, you know, what their thoughts were, because we share the road jointly with them too. So,
Isn't it kind of a policing issue then too, as far as, you know, if we have a bridge that can't hold the capacity and somebody just drives on it, we have no control over that? They'll have you.
It's pretty much the way it is
Pretty much, that's,
right
yeah,
now.
oh, yeah, it doesn't
Right
really
now.
will change, yeah, nothing really will change, so,
So,
yeah, I say we get in. dip our toe in and-
But you know, we could take a look at that segment and really wouldn't cost us much.
I mean, a few farmers that I talked to, they said that they would like the option, I guess, to opt in. I asked them, I said, would you pay the $500? And everyone I'd asked, they said no.
Yeah,
No.
so that probably wouldn't do a whole lot on a granular surfacing system then, so.
So as our county engineer, and you've been here a number of years, Paul, I mean, what's your recommendation?
Nice job. Well, my recommendation is that the board gets the feedback from the people. And I mean, seriously, what we would have to do before we could opt all in is we would have to look at all those bridges and take a look, because this isn't just the 5-axle semi configuration. This is all trucks. So we'd have to take a look at that and make sure that we were okay, as far as the capacity of the bridges, and then post them accordingly. I shared with you last week, these are the start of the cost. You've got about 118 bridges. Our consultants told us that we'd have to look at it. It cost us about $5,000. So they've got all the bridge configuration in the program. Now they just got to add 12% to all the trucks and run the program. Okay, but they've got 118 of these to look at and print out the new sheets and everything. So it takes some time, and so that's where that cost is at. And then we'd have to take a look at that. I'm not expecting a huge number of bridges that are going to have to be posted, but there'll be some that would have to be posted. Then you step back and you say, okay, what's the extra 12% going to do to our pavements? Because this is all year long. This is all trucks. A week ago or Monday, we saw the issues with heavier loads when we were going through the thaw, and that's really the critical time. The governor doing the proclamation in the fall of the year, and that was just for that truck, basically that 5-axle configuration. You could go up to 90,000 pounds, because the guy hauling 96,000 didn't make any difference anyhow. Generally in the fall of the year, your roads are more stable. There's not near the issues, generally speaking. You can have some bad falls too, but it's the spring of the year, so this is 12 months. There's no way to go and say, okay, you can't drive this. And we've tried embargoes on the roadways. So so that's the cost. And then there's that long-term wear and tear cost that it's hard to put a number on, because you don't know how many people will actually do that. I mean, there's actually additional wear and tear on their trucks too.
Yeah.
You're carrying heavier loads. So, I think partially opting in is probably a good way to maybe move forward and see what happens.
How hard is it to opt out?
I think you can opt in and out
Okay.
pretty much. You want to be a little careful of that. I think if you opt in and then you say, well, we don't like this, and 6 months later you opt out a whole bunch of stuff. I think you want to think through and say, if we're going to opt in, because then your haulers get confused and they maybe went and bought a $500 license because you opted in, and all of a sudden you opt out, and it's like, well, why did I do that? I think we want to be a little bit mindful of some of the issues and say, hey, we're willing to risk it and give it a shot on this and see what happens. And that's what a number of counties are doing. So, and that would be the one that I can think of that would be probably.
So would we have to name the secondary roads today, or can we just say that we're gonna opt in
No.
and pick the roads later?
We can actually table it for today. I just put it on there in case there
Right.
was, this.
I was just curious if that's,
Yeah.
in a motion, if we just approved to do it on certain secondary roads, by which date would we need to name those roads?
As I mentioned that, so the critical date, that February 1st, was updating our maps. That's an annual thing. And this can be part of that. But as I understand it with this, it's all year long. You can opt in anytime throughout the 12 months, the year. So So there's not that time sensitive issue here. You know, and so what I would suggest is maybe you say, you know, we'll consider opting in on a certain number of miles or a certain number of roadway, you know, based on evaluation of the bridges on that segment.
How did, I might have missed it, the state now, do they just audit, being as they're pushing this, are they gonna allow that on their highways? They're gonna, okay.
I still think back to the end,
Yeah.
the users,
Yeah.
and you look at, you know, the livestock industry we have and the feed haulers we have, they wanna get in on this and pay that $500, but so, I mean, you do it for the industry or you do it to protect our bridges, they're gonna say, well, I paid $500, but I can't haul down a gravel road with no bridge. Cause it's not opted in,
Mhm.
but I can go down the state highway and I'm a mile away from that hog barn to drop off
I
feed.
can get there, but I can't get there.
Right.
Right.
So why are we doing this? To like some change or to help the industry?
That's why it needs a lot of discussion, because I think over the next 12 months, a lot of people are gonna start to kind of get a feel for how this is gonna play out. Not only the industry, but the people that have the responsibilities for taking care of the roads.
Or we do nothing.
We do nothing.
Well, should we table it then and
I think
that's
get
too
some
much-
more
too much.
discussion going and make sure that we're opting in for the right reasons and
Mhm.
doing it the right way and
So I
wait to
understand
hear.
that the governor's still gonna put the proclamation in, harvest proclamation.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, and I think, you know, the jury wasn't, I hadn't gotten a clear direction on that, but if that's the case, then, you know, somebody might say, why do I wanna do that if I can haul for
Right.
free for 60 or 90 days in the fall? That's when I really need it.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So-
well, I think it needs more discussion and so we'll
We need to
table
be
it for now and
Fiscally responsible of our taxpayer dollars and managing the roads a way that's prudent and fair, I think is key, and I'm just torn on which way to go, you know?
there are pros and cons, definitely. So we'll table it for now and bring it back after we have more discussion. I'm sure every time we talk about it, it gets more people with an opinion about it. We'll hear more pros and cons as we go along.
I imagine an article will spur some discussion amongst the taxpayers, so.
Yeah, and I think anyone that wants more information, this is really a good.
It
fact
really
sheet.
is, yeah.
And if you go to that link on that webpage, you can see what the rest of the world's doing. And, you know,
Did we put that link in the paper?
No.
All right. Well, another paper's
well, we
coming out.
can hand them out if people call or,
Yeah.
you know, you can guide them, just have them stop in our office and give people who want a copy. But I think it did a really good job of kind of capturing the essence of what they're trying to accomplish. So, and the good thing is we have some control over this, which is, I think is kind of nice for a change. So,
Yeah,
Going on that.
so, yeah, so that's good.
so we tabled it, to be revisited anytime. Okay,
And I'll just kind of wait for feedback. I'll talk to the Carroll County engineer about their thoughts on kind of what they're thinking about doing and get a little feel for what the bridges, you know, whether they have to be posted or not. So in the meantime, like you say, you go to the ISAC conferences, you talk to
Yeah.
other counties,
Right.
you'll have a really good chance to kind of get a feel for what people are doing. So,
Be there Thursday, so I'll ask.
yeah,
good.
yeah, pretty good to bring up. Item 7. So, this is the 2080 agreement covering the consulting. Well, it's actually entering into the agreement with all the other counties. So it's a collective agreement with all the counties, with Clay County acting as the lead county, because one county has to be the lead county, and then the DOT kind of acting as the administrative arm. So this is just kind of setting forth those terms and conditions. So it looks like since the DOT is opted out, our cost is gonna be closer to about $22,000 for the consulting fee to get the raise grant prepared. And that's getting closer to being ready to submit, so.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to approve item number 7.
Okay, the 2080 agreement covering.
Second.
consulting. Okay. Any more discussion? Otherwise, I'll call the vote. All in favor?
I,
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, it's been passed.
And you can sign right here, Gene. That second line over there, and then I'll fill in the date. And then just all of our guys, we kind of scheduled some CRP first aid training, and I was out there on Monday. The hospital is doing all of that at no cost. So
you have all of them?
all of our guys, yeah, they're going in four different groups, and conservation, I think, went out too, and really a good program. It's one of those things that you really have kind of struggled. It's hard to find good training programs and people that are willing to do it, but to the hospital's credit, they're training all of our guys. They've done all of the conservation as well. And it may be something that the board and the rest of the courthouse staff or other departments may want to consider. So they did it at no cost, which I thought was really,
Pretty
really
amazing.
nice.
It's one of those things you hope to never use, but boy, you never know when those times arise that you can
Yeah, so.
put that training into it. And I know, Kyle, you know that full well with your training in fire departments and
Yep.
stuff we do.
So, I look forward to it. It's something I want to go if I ever need that in a situation.
Absolutely.
It's you are.
Have they been trained previously?
So.
Or is this a first
You know,
time thing, or is this
we
a-
do our training, we'll have like 3 formal safety training programs throughout the year, and then we have little things that we send out with checks. So it's been a while since we've had the formal class that you actually get a card for. We've had the hospital come out and talk about first aid and CPR and kind of do the half hour, 45-minute version. Kind of timely to, seasonal, cold weather, hot weather, those types of things. But it's been a while since we've done the formal where you get the cards, you're a certified CPR and first aid person. So
2 years, I think.
you're supposed to do it every 2 years, yeah. And we had, it was a long time ago. We had the fire chief do it a long time ago, and that's kind of been the last time we've actually had it done. So this is a great facility to do it. It's right there. They did a good job of doing the program, and so really happy with that. So
Great partnership.
yeah, it was. Ben was gonna go over some, if we got time, what's our schedule look like? We're gonna go over
10:15 is our
some
next.
grading cost from the past year, just so you all have kind of an idea. We can kind of summarize that.
Yeah, just pass them around. I think last year's grading, just kind of put some numbers to what our
Is that a
costs
single page?
were, and
I need one of those first ones that we have.
you got damages, you got our construction costs, a little bit of right of way acquisition, but just kind of put some numbers to what our costs are. And
There's extra in that. Is there
Yeah.
extra?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
for the most part, this is all the projects that we did. We did a lot this year. Approximately, 9.7 miles approximately grading. Dirt road, mostly level B. Did one that we upgraded level B to level A. As far as the cost per mile stance, it is kind of job dependent. If we got some projects that are higher banks, a lot more work to be done to them. You got a little bit more cost per mile, but on average, somewhere around the $61,000 per mile. The cost is kind of what I came up with. A good portion of that is damages. On the second page, you kind of totaled up damages are somewhere in the $78,000 range for what we did this year. And fence removal and replacement is a significant number as well. But construction costs, of course, the majority of it, $470,000. And that's just, like I said, just some of the numbers, and that, as I kind of did this before we came up here, I didn't take into consideration, that doesn't really take into consideration surveying costs and administrative and the work of, signing of landowners, just, a lot of the things that we just do. You know, and-
Or putting this report together doesn't include that cost.
It does not. I really don't know if I can get a true cost on that.
So are there other counties that are doing this?
Sure.
No, so we don't, so we can't compare our cost per mile to other counties and see if we're doing it less or if we're, you know, more. Because we just don't see other counties that are doing this.
Not like this. No. We,
Going in, is that kind of what you thought it might be, around that figure?
I think we're getting it done for really good value. Yeah, I think it's,
Do you have some of the before and after pictures to show Craig?
I've
Yeah,
seen
okay.
it.
yeah, some of them, yeah, I mean, it
They're amazing.
continues to
No, they are.
amaze me how quickly these guys can go in and knock out, and we continue to get that feedback from the people out there.
Had a gentleman in this
Yeah.
morning, half an hour ago, just loves what we did with this road. And he said he couldn't believe it. We were out there one day. He said the next day it looked completely different. And it's just amazing what he said, what our guys can get done in a short amount of time. And but that's
No, I mean, I saw that
exactly
one.
right.
Out, you know, out by my
Has that
dad's place.
affected the drifting then for this
Awesome.
season? Have you noticed a difference in drifting for
I'm sure
the?
it's made a tremendous
It's all-
difference on
Yeah,
a lot
I
of
would
them,
think that
but
that's,
some of them, you know, they probably wait some number of weeks, you know, before we did these gradings on some of these higher banks and
yeah,
not able to have access for quite some time
Right.
now. They'll probably be first ones out there able to have access to the fields, and it makes a tremendous impact in that respect. And I've heard a lot of folks say the roads we've done, they're just phenomenal, and they like the millings that we put out on them, and it just makes a whole new road out of it.
I think you gotta give Paul and Ben, and I mean, your office and your crew, just kudos. You're talking about comparing to other counties. You're the leader in it, really, in a lot of counties that aren't doing it to the degree we are. And it starts with our engineer, and I mean, just gotta say, the jobs that you've completed over the years with these grading projects have just night and day moved our county forward with our infrastructure. And I think that's something you gotta be really proud of.
Well, thank you. Yeah, the guys do a great job out there.
they absolutely do.
We're pretty
They
fortunate.
look like they're having fun doing it too.
It is, Gene, it is fun.
I know.
It is. That's probably the thing that's the most fun is building things.
I know.
Pushing snow isn't fun.
Yeah.
Building
went out.
stuff is fun.
They have a
I think
smile
of
on
that
their
day,
face while
you
they're
grabbed me
doing
and
it.
he said, Dave, you gotta see this. I have video of 3 dozers pushing dirt
Yeah.
and just the amount of volume of dirt and what was being moved is just amazing.
Yeah.
It's just our geography and it's to the point in time where we needed to, I mean, there's 11 miles or whatever, 11 sections of road that are now accessible, that were, a lot of them were inaccessible through modern equipment today.
And that's the
Say
problem.
11.
I just,
11 different projects.
11 projects.
And this is pretty similar to what we've done the last 3 years. We've made a really significant impact the last 3 years because the weather's cooperated and the landowners have cooperated and everything's just kind of fit. And so we've been able to get a lot done, and we're hoping the 2023 is.
Yeah, we got about approximately 9 miles of grading, you know,
Yeah.
for sure that we're looking at this, you know, slated to be able to do this year. And yeah, if we have a phenomenal year like we did last year and years prior,
And those roads are
We'll
being
get through 'em.
used. I mean, they're absolutely being used and you see the bigger farm equipment on them and they can get to their fields easier, get grain back out. It's amazing.
Yeah. And this was just kind of an effort to show you, as you talk to people too, this is, you know, it comes at a cost. And as I said, you know, there hasn't been this effort, you know, for the last 100 years, essentially. I mean, we've been working on it, but we just kind of
It's good information.
really gotten after it. And, but it does come as a cost, you know, so as you look at budgets and stuff, and start talking about, you know, one of the things they said, we don't have to do it, but it certainly does make a heck of an improvement that I think is gonna last for quite a while, so.
with that being said, at some point in time, this will also be to the point where we gotta change gears, we gotta focus on something else.
Yeah, we will have had the worst ones done or get the worst ones done.
Them roads lasted 100 years the way they were, they should last another 100 years, we just maintain them a little bit.
Yeah.
So, that's the word.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
You bet.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
It
it.
doesn't matter. That's okay. We'll just keep it. I'll get you those resolution numbers.
Okay, then I'll get you electronic versions.
That'd
I'll
be
get you
great.
the one for his, and I'll get you the other one. So,
That'd be perfect. Thank you.
thank you, thank
Thank
you.
you very much. All right, we are at our 9:15 item. We are on schedule today. You guys are gonna want me to do this more often.
You're now behind.
10:15, what did I say?
Nine.
Well, then we're behind. All right, so Kaylee and Riley, you're on. Come on down.
Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome to our meeting. Good to see you guys.
You guys want-
Yeah, no, go ahead, sit in my chair.
The comfy chair looks nice.
Yeah.
Um, I'll pass these down. Alrighty, so I'll just start by reintroducing myself since I see you have some new supervisors here today. My name is Kaylee Langrell. I work for Turnkey Logistics, representing Summit Carbon Solutions. Oh, thanks.
You can just leave that there for, I'll
Okay.
leave, this will be ties, then I'll have that.
Oh,
one.
gotcha.
Thank you very much.
So we primarily do the non-environmental permitting for Summit Carbon Solutions. My primary job, however, is going around to county boards, giving informational presentations and answering questions. So I'll just let everybody introduce themselves because we have a few people here with us. So Kylie, you can go ahead and start us out.
Yeah, I'm Kylie Lang. I work for Summit Carbon. I'm the Iowa project manager over this area. Maybe I'll just take everyone. Riley is here today. He is kind of the representative for Crawford County. I'm sure you guys see him in and out of the courthouse relatively often. So the liaison between Kaylee and I is Riley. And then in the back is our construction manager, Isaac. So he'll be head of construction, from now through project completion, and is here just to answer any questions.
Okay, so really what I want to do today is kind of go over and give you guys a project update. And then I also have this new handout that you guys probably haven't seen before. Jean, I know you were interested in seeing more of the PHMSA guidelines that we have to
Yes,
follow. So we
yes.
put this together and it's really just a whole bunch of guidelines that we have to follow and with the specific code. And then it also shows what Summit Carbon Solutions is doing regarding that guideline.
So is that in our packet then?
Yes, it
Yeah, I
is.
think it's the third page.
Oh, yep. I forgot to do that, yeah.
So we'll just quickly go over that and then I'll give you guys a project update like I usually do. So first of all, we are regulated by PHMSA Chapter 49 CFR 195. So that's the transportation of hazardous liquids by pipeline. Going down to number 2, the new pipe must be made of carbon steel, low alloy, high strength. So we are using a high carbon steel pipeline, 100% US made. Going on to number 3, public awareness. This is something, people have concerns about. And I just wanted to point out, we are regulated by the federal government in a pretty big way to make sure that the public is aware of this pipeline. So just a few things that Summit Carbon Solutions is doing, before we're in operation. We're coming to these board meetings. We're going to tons of public hearings. We're going to ISAC, different open houses, things like that. And then we're also going to join the CORE program, which is kind of a safety program where we work with county emergency managers, and that will continue even through operation. And then also, we can kind of talk about trainings there as well. Trainings will also continue through operation. So it's not like we're putting the pipeline in the ground and walking away. And then, so moving on to number 4, clearance between pipe and underground structures. PHMSA requires that we have at least 12 inches of clearance between any other structure. So for example, a water line, our best practice is to be 24 inches away. So that doesn't mean we're always going to be 24 inches apart, but that would be the goal. But it just depends on a case by case basis. So you can count on the 12 inches, but 24 is the best. Number 5, inspection of right-of-way and crossing under navigable waters. So PHMSA requires us to do this inspection at least 26 times each calendar year. So our standard practice will be to fly the line every 2 weeks, just to check the right-of-way conditions.
Is that a drone? When you say fly the line, is that
No, it'll be a plane.
a plane? Okay.
Yes. Number 6, assessment intervals. So every 5 years, not to exceed 68 months, we have to assess the pipeline's integrity. So this would be the inline inspection tools or the pig. We would send that in the line and check for any abnormalities and be able to fix those.
That's that launcher.
Yes, you would put I think it goes through the valve.
Yeah, it'll go through a launcher site.
Do we have a launcher site in Crawford County?
I think I should just pull up on the map.
That's
Other
a
valve
valve.
That's the
locations.
valve, not that launcher.
Yeah, so the red.
I
ribbons-
believe we do, because we have pipe size change.
So we'll have one of these in Crawford County?
I'll have to get back for sure, but I know we switch from 8 to 10, so there's a chance that we do.
So when, and I don't mean to interrupt
No, you're fine, go
your
ahead.
questions, but if I don't ask them as you go, then I
Go
get to
for
the
it.
end. And so it's kind of been brought to our attention that this possibly is gonna go in Crawford County. Is that, I mean, is any of the people that you brought with you, do they know?
Unless
or-
Isaac knows off the top of his head if there's a launcher receiver.
There's not.
There's not in Crawford County.
Okay.
No, man, you have 2 above ground valves, 2 mainline valves, and then you have 2 just outside of North County and South County.
So at this point in time, you know, because originally we were scheduled to have a pump station,
And
and
that's
then
moved north.
that's moved
Yes.
north.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
all right.
So at this point, we've more finalized hydraulics. We've finished front end engineering, so it's pretty lock solid at this
Okay,
point.
so preliminarily we were and then now we're not, so
Yeah.
that's off the
Yeah.
table, never have to hear about that again. Nope, okay. We don't have a booster station either.
No,
that would be-
we don't have this.
All right,
So if I ever come in here with a map and you have a green box,
okay,
that's when.
so this,
But it's pretty locked in. It's north of here.
A green box means,
A pump station.
pump station, okay.
Do you have a map of who's all signed up in Crawford County? Do you have that up to date?
We don't have a map. I can tell you that we are in the 80% range for easement miles acquired in Crawford County.
So most people go off, what's referenced as the Exhibit H map. It's reversed. It's who's not signed up.
Do you have a new,
But it's public on the IUB site.
specific, most up-to-date one?
I mean, that's not an Exhibit H map, but I'd have to
had
look. If that's,
Well, if
I'd
we've
go a
had
lot
it though,
closer.
it changes.
No, that's what I mean. That's
So-
why I asked if it's up to date.
Yeah, so we can't go off what it was before. I know that, I should have tried to blow that.
this
up.
is not up to date.
Isn't that the one that you guys just filed?
We do it every couple weeks, I think, every 2.
Couple of days.
Yeah, we do it pretty often.
How do I
But
keep
this isn't
correct?
giving you the Exhibit H information, I guess. if
Okay,
that's
so
what you're
where
looking
is your
for.
exhibit H?
It's on the IUB website. We could probably get you a link. I don't ever. go
I would
look
like
at
that,
it,
yeah,
but
I would,
I can
just-
get you a link.
The
Yeah.
website's pretty confusing, I will
Yes,
admit.
yeah,
So
oh, yeah, thank you.
we can get you a link.
Because there's always questions, it seems like it's a moving target.
And
kind
the
of,
old stuff
uh,
stays on there too, so it's really easy to
Yeah,
accidentally
why do
pull
they
from.
do that to
Yeah.
people that are really just trying to do their best to stay current with, you
Yeah.
know, because what we don't want to do, and the reason that we keep having the discussion is in order for us to make sure we're protecting our citizens, we want to make sure we know what's coming to Crawford County. And
Yeah.
if we, at one point in time, we're gonna have a pumping station, then it kind of changed to a booster, and now we might have a pig launcher, and, you know, that's what they call it.
Yeah.
That's what we call it.
Yeah, I
That's
kind of
correct too. No.
that's weird. But we just want to make sure that we're most up to date, not looking at old material and then get new material. And I just really want to make sure that just 2 valves.
So it's 2 valves that close in Denison.
Okay, all right.
And then
Thank
there's valves just on the border on Ida and Shelby.
Yeah. And so every time I come in and I give you a map, it shows you the date that it was last updated. So you can always, you know, if you want to look back and reference, if you keep all these maps, you can look back and see. which
I
ones
do
those-
have all of these maps. So this one was updated on the 24th.
And it should be.
It's pretty up to date.
Yeah.
And the little
That's
red
not
bows. I call them
Those are the
bows.
valves.
Yes.
Those are valves, all right. And then do you have the one that shows us where we are in the potential of eminent domain, who hasn't signed?
That's the exhibit
That's
H,
still
that,
at Exhibit H?
yeah, it's on the IME website.
The
So
current
they
one.
actually create those maps, those are not ours, yeah.
Okay, all right. Should we look at
And the valve stations just require an easement. You guys won't be purchasing any. property
We buy and
for that, or
lease.
what do you
We
do?
buy and lease for the valve sites.
So
So those are,
sometimes you buy, sometimes. you
So-
lease, just depending on what you can get with the landowner or.
that is as well. It's all in a negotiation with the landowner, but in most cases, we lease the valve site since we actually need property for the valve versus the
Right.
easement, where all we do is put the pipeline underground and it becomes their property. That this is taking,
I see.
land
So you
away
would sign
from
a
them.
long-term lease with that
Yes.
individual.
So it's a little bit different.
What's the importance of the placement of the valves?
So we, first, PHMSA regulates valves cannot be further than 20 miles apart. So
Okay.
that is the maximum, and then we do an
And these are
engineering.
what, do you know?
River
Those
Railroad.
are
A
either
lot
for,
less than
those would
that.
be because of Dennison. So once we, so we set the 20 is max. We then do an engineering study based on high consequence areas, large rivers and things like that, and we reduce the 20. So we
Okay.
reduce the 20 because of the Dennison, the city of Dennison.
Got it. That's what I presumed, but I wasn't, not
So-
knowing, I don't know.
Is it because you're coming so close to the city of Dennison that, rather than having it over by Harlan, that it's closer to Dennison? I
I'm
got
sorry, ma'am, you do have a launcher site in Crawford. It's on the north side.
It's where we switch from 8 to 10 inch.
Yep.
Okay,
That's what I was.
So where's that
thinking, but
at?
I didn't know for sure.
That's all.
all right. Within the 5
Yeah,
minutes
we
of you
don't, we
guys
don't put
being
those on the
here.
map because we do move them based on.
So do you need to
landowner
own that, you
preference.
need to own that land when you put the launcher in?
It's purchased and leased the same way that a valve site is.
Do not purchased any land in Crawford County to put anything on? It's all, you haven't bought any property from anybody?
No, it's just lease. So it's a long-term lease.
Long
Johnson.
Who's that?
Bob Johnson.
So there is a launcher.
There is a
Yeah,
launcher.
it's gonna be at the location. See how it says 8 inch? It's pretty up north. I wish we denoted exactly where.
Oh, up here.
It'll be somewhere right there, around there. So
240
we move it based
Will it look
on
like
which
these?
landowner wants.
This launcher that I looked up on the internet, will it look like that? I got one in color.
Have it now.
County doesn't have color.
Typically, yes, ma'am.
Similar?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how big is that?
It's like, they range from 100 by 100 to 150 by 100.
Are you talking about the structure
Yeah,
itself?
the structure
It's
itself.
it's gonna depend on, it's gonna depend on the pipe size. I don't know the
Okay.
actual
It's 8 to 10
diameter.
inch.
All right.
It's
I mean, the skid, she's wanting to know how big the skid's gonna be.
How much property do
Because
you
on my
buy?
color.
We
one
buy,
really makes
it
look-
ranges depending on landowner preference between 100 to 100 to 150.
So there's 2 different ones on the internet that a person can look at to see what they're
That's where
like.
it'll step up from 8 inches to 10 inches.
Here would be the reason that I asked all these questions. Is there any more danger to the citizens of Crawford County based on having this launcher in Crawford County above ground? Supposedly, it's what's pushing the carbon through faster for some kind of a test?
No,
No?
so, let me clarify what the launcher receiver is. The launcher
Yeah.
receiver is used, we were referencing the 5-year inline inspection.
Okay,
So we have to put a tool inside the pipe that will run distance launcher to receiver.
That's what's called the pig. It's the piece that has.
I
That's the
wondered why we
It's
had.
called
to
a pig because when you run it, you can hear it and it sounds a lot like a pig.
It's squealing?
So back previously, prior to GPS and still now for cleaning pigs, people would walk with it or listen and say, let me know when the pig goes by, because you can hear it.
Oh,
It's actually very sophisticated, expensive tool that we reference as a pig.
okay,
But it will check for dents, loss and pipe thickness and things like that. So that is just the entry point for the pig. That's all it does. It's used every 5 years to put the pig in and catch the pig.
Product's not flowing through that.
so this will only be used every 5 years at a high cost now is that run by
It's PHMSA
water
regulated.
or electricity? or-
It runs with the system. CO2 will be pushing the same as always. We'll just put the pig into the line using the launcher. Otherwise, the launcher receiver won't be
All right,
utilized.
so my mind's kind of going, how do we get the pig in there without opening it up and exposing people
You
to?
ever watch the James Bond movie where he gets in that
thing in Russia, and he goes flying across underneath in that tube.
I would not, I
It's
wouldn't have
just
used
like
that. I wouldn't have used that movie.
Don't really want to.
Okay, we've got pretty well structured engineering where there's close and lockout points, and you verify that the lockout points are holding. Basically, a trap door opens, you put it in the trap door, you push it to a lock-in point, close the trap, relock it on this side, put it between two valves, isolate again, and then you're able to open it one valve, and then you push from behind, unlocking additional valves. I have no idea if I'm describing this well. And it basically, through a safety system, will allow carbon to go through pipe it doesn't usually come through, pushing the pig forward. Basically, multiple different locking mechanisms, all, designed by an engineer and stamped and used in, every pipeline that's been crewed.
Remind me again exactly what we're checking then when we run the tape through.
Oh, we check for dents, any corrosion, any pitting, losses. If we've got sitting product in the bottom, it's gonna check for anything. They have the ability now to check if we're losing depth of cover.
You just go from launcher site to launcher site, that's
Yep, so
the,
that's what it's called. We call it launcher receivers. So we go from the launcher to the receiver. So you launch the pig,
and
you
how
catch
far
the pig.
apart can they be?
They can be pretty far.
We just have
100
one in
miles,
Crawford County
yeah.
because of, you say we're
Pipe
changing,
size change.
and why are we changing the pipe size, I guess, in Crawford County?
So it's all based on the final hydraulics study. I think a lot of it comes to, there are opportunities to pick up plants in Denison in the future. So if we
So-
want to have more product, we need it to get bigger. If you guys have an additional something come here, if the Andersons decides to attach on, we need to be able to account for that
So
product.
will it be 10-inch to this and then 8-inch after?
Nope,
or will 8-inch
well, okay,
to
so
it,
I'm
10-inch
moving,
after?
when the product moves south to north.
Right.
From south, we'll go into 8 and it will come, it will start at 8 and it will go into 10.
Oh, I see.
It depicts it on the map.
Yeah, you can see 10 at the top.
8 is
And 8.
south and 10 is
I
north.
would guess that.
So we get
And then it's
bigger as
10
we go
all-
towards our main
Is it 10 all the way to till when?
line. Till I believe it's 10 till it catches our main line. It might hit 12 somewhere past Ida. After the capture facility, pump station. But up once it will catch up with our main line, which ranges from 16 to 24, right in that area where it catches,
Okay.
straight north of here.
So at this time, where are your pump stations?
We
Since they're
have
not
2
covered.
pump stations in the state of Iowa. And I have them written on my phone because I can, the city
Clay
names.
is one of them,
Uh,
Lake County.
Council Bluffs
It's
and Spencer.
gonna be in Gullet Grove and Rock Valley. They're city
What?
names.
Where's that?
I have,
One of them's
I don't know
Clay.
why we named them. One of them is gonna be Clay County and one of them is gonna be Ida.
Gullet
Oh,
Grove
Clay
is
and
in
Ida?
Missouri. Yeah.
Yes. And then
I agree.
we have a potential for a third one as well, that will come, years and years in the future if we are able to expand the pipe.
Was it at one point in time by Council Bluffs and Spencer? Cause they keep changing. Nope, maybe not. So has it been the same place the whole
I
time?
don't think so. They moved along, they haven't moved in months at this point.
I'm trying to keep up.
So what happens if the state passes the eminent domain bill that requires 90% sign up? I'm not sure what that all entails, whether it's mileage or landowners. Do you have alternate routes? Do you have
We've actually,
secondary plans for that?
so our goal is to be able to sign up the bulk majority as we go, and we're having a lot of success. We're, I think, touching up 64-65% across the state. In this county, we're in the mid-80s. So we'll keep chugging along, I think, in the same way. We've always had the goal of having a conversation. We've moved the route about 2,000 times at this point, across the project, and we'll just continue on as we are because our goal is to work with landowners anyways.
And if counties have concerns, whether it's soil restoration or public health or economic development, and we want to put our own flavor on it, where the pipeline is.
So lots of, I guess, those all are kind of separate. So
Right, but they're all concerns of ours.
yes, I guess I'll answer separate. Soil restoration, you guys will hire, I'm assuming you've already hired, is ISG or Snyder as your ag inspector?
No, we
A local engineer.
Okay, you'll have, they'll be the liaison between you guys and the field. They're out there They watch every step of the process, and they have full rights to shut down construction if we aren't following the process that will be agreed upon. Referenced as the agricultural impact mitigation plan, which tells us exactly what we can and can't do with soil, when we can and can't work based on water, and how wet it is outside, and various things like that. And they'll be the liaison. They work through you, we end up paying the bill for it. But that's kind of your control of making sure that we're, treating the agricultural land the way we need to be. Not that we wouldn't anyways, but Iowa has that. And it's actually the only state that has something like that. So it's unique to Iowa. What were your other ones?
Just like housing development, whatever.
So I'll answer this in two folds. The reason we put this map here, this is Houston, Texas. I think it looks similar as Sioux City, similar as Omaha. Houston is just the most jarring because you can't even see the city because of the pipelines. And they're the fourth largest city in the country and growing rapidly. And that's the reason we use this. Pipelines promote business rather than deter it. You can't work without pipelines, and especially when we're referencing things like natural gas. In situations like our project, we have companies reaching out saying, hey, we're wanting to build a plant. We think we're going to be able to eventually either need to or want to capture carbon. It might not be ethanol, it may be ethanol. What cities can we go to that your pipeline is close enough? We need to be near a city because we need commodities like water or whatever they have near cities. And if you zone away from the ability to be near cities, it takes away from potential growth coming into the city, which is why we use the example of Houston that has been so successful. You'll never, other than the Bakken and maybe Midland, you won't see many other cities like this, but just the growth that they've had because of their pro-industry stance. So if we route around the city, we stay a 2-mile zone from a city. Now, if the company calls, we're like, well, I wouldn't suggest Denison, we can't get there. So don't build in Denison or near it, or don't build, and that's just my example of a city since we're here. So that's kind of our take on it. Obviously on the regulation of the further you move away from industry, the less likely in a global decarbonizing world, they'll be able to keep up.
But the closer you are to dense population, the more is going to be impacted in case of some kind of a rupture. And does that not scare you a little bit also, that you've got this dense population and you've got all these, need?
I'm gonna give a long-winded answer. First, I'm gonna tell you what we're doing to prevent that, because I think that's the most important part. PHMSA regulates that we inspect 10% of the wells. So every 10th well, we inspect it. We're gonna inspect 100% of the wells after they're completed, before we lower the pipe into the ditch. PHMSA regulates, I guess we'll do two folds. First, I'll explain what a hydro test is. Once the system is fully prepared in the ground, buried, we will fill it with water, pressure it up to 125% the max operating pressure that the pipeline will see. So at that point, if there was a bad weld that we didn't catch, if there was something that went wrong, we would see failure based with water. The test is 8 hours long. You have to hold pressure the entire time. It gives a good example. It's going to tell you if there's a problem. Beyond that, for major HDDs, when we're going under railroads, when we're going through rivers, we will hydro test it before we even put it in the ground, and then it will obviously be part of the full system hydro test. So we're going to hydro test it twice, which is not required by PHMSA. So that's what we're doing in mitigation. And then there's the 5-year test that's going to tell us if we have any integrity issues on the pipeline. So we're going to continue with that. When you're within near city limits like Denison, you'll see that there's 2 valves. Those valves have pressure and temperature indicators that are going to tell you the moment there's a pinhole where we're starting to lose pressure. It's going to, for minor things like a pinhole, it's going to go back to our 24 hours operations center that will have an Ames that will then alert and make the decision on what's wrong and how to react to it. If it's something major where we lose out of what is a safety zone in terms of pressure or temperature, those valves will automatically shut, locking the system in. So that's what we're doing in preparation, beforehand, and that's how we prevent these. And then on the other side, Houston, Texas is the 4th largest city. And you can't even see the ground, there's so many pipelines. If these had that many incidents, we'd be hearing about them daily in Houston, Texas. They run through the cities.
Are these pipelines the carbon or are they
There's,
other?
it's
You know,
very
'cause
hard
we've got a lot
to
of
read.
pipes running
Unfortunately,
around
if they were
here.
carbon, they would just be listed as other, because we only can get information from the, obviously, this is
Natural
federal.
gas, crude
Yeah.
oil,
Yeah,
liquids.
so when you
They have
talk
pretty much
about the
everything in
federal
Texas.
regulations, those are just for hazardous materials, not specifically for this product.
So that's actually, if you look at number 1 on this sheet, we
Uh-huh,
kind of reference that. So we fall into CFR 195. And it is for both liquid and CO2. And we kind of quoted it so that you could see that. We do fall under the same federal guidelines as a liquid such as a crude oil. And the reason for that is once it's pressurized, and moving in the pipeline, it will act and react like a liquid. So it needs to be treated like a liquid. So we follow the liquid pipeline standards.
okay, thank you.
How does Texas's regulations match up to Iowa's regulations?
These are federal regulations, so we all have to follow them if you're doing it in Texas or you're doing it in Iowa. But in terms of the state permitting process, in my opinion, Iowa's is much more rigorous.
One more question. Where does all this water come from that we're gonna be using to test this pipe? How's that work? I know it's making you stay here longer than you probably plan on staying.
That's what I'm here for.
One thing to
The
see
ultimate
tonight.
goal is we work with the Army Corps and other environmental organizations to pull from large rivers like the Missouri, and other options. If it's a drought year and they make the decision on where the river levels have to be able to pull from, we've already started the process of making agreements with various local areas where then we'll have to truck it, or we try to keep it as close to the pipeline as we can. As you can imagine, trucking water is relatively expensive.
Well, yeah, so you won't be tapping into our water source here in
No.
Denison and.
Nope, unless they have extra water that they've agreed to
We
sell
don't.
to us, then we're making the agreements. We've got yes, nos and maybes from a lot of places. Some are, talk to us in a year when you're at that point. And the goal is to pull from the rivers and then we put back, if required based on regulation and permitting. We do, we have to permit the water that we move.
So we could get this whole thing done, and if we're in a drought system, we wouldn't have the water to test it, possibly?
No, I think we'll
No?
be able to find the water. The chances that we have to truck it in, from various sources that have the water. The drought takes away the ability to pull from the rivers.
Okay.
And usually it's some rivers, right? We're not gonna have a drought system across 5 states usually. So even sometimes within states, county by county, river by river, is why we work with the Army Corps.
Don't plan on getting it out of the booyer either.
We're there.
We don't want rain because it slows down construction, but we want rain because we need it for hydro tests,
Oh,
so.
boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. All right.
Did you have something?
I was just gonna add what Kylie was saying, so a lot of times, we're not gonna test the whole.
That's a good point.
Okay.
We
pipe
move
at
the
one time.
water.
We'll break it down in
That's a good
probably
point.
20 to 24 miles. It all depends on elevation and all kinds of stuff. So what we can actually do with that water that we pull, say, down in Shenandoah, if we can permit it right, we might push that water ahead and ahead and ahead to just keep testing. And then when we get done, we'll push it all the way back, test it, run it through ECDs and put it back where it came from. So it's not like we're gonna fill the whole system at once.
See why I asked those questions? Because I
ma'am.
was visualizing
why
it
you're
going
asking
all the
that.
way to South.
'Cause that's
And I
a lot
never
of
even
water.
thought about that. That would have been an option.
Yeah.
We hydro test, I guess, as we
Okay,
go.
all right, appreciate it, thank you very much.
Yes,
Just one question just opens up another one for me, so I apologize.
Oh, no.
All right.
Are there any
I
other?
think you were on like 5.
I just had one, when you
Yeah,
do your 26 flyovers annually, do you use like some ground penetrating radar or something of that nature, or is it all just visual, or will you come in after a heavy rain event and double check some of our rivers and streams that check for erosion or?
So, well, 2 things there. The flyover is basically, we have like, a 20-step safety plan. That is the very last one. What we catch in a flyover is someone trying to build a fence and coming up on the pipeline, and we didn't get a 1 call from it. someone, building a cabin and we need to go and check out that's, or overgrowth where we're not gonna be able to get to an area if we ever need to. That's the flyover. We're not expecting it to catch an emergency. It would catch exposed pipe. I don't think it would be the way we catch exposed pipe. It would catch it though. So you mentioned erosion and that's been a big talk. Exposing pipe at riverways, because of what happened in Satartia, Mississippi. We did a full, study based on rivers, max erosion rates. This was an optional study that we chose to do. How far could we have lateral regression in movements? And we extended almost every single one of our bores, both in depth and length, to prevent any type of erosion tear out that could eventually expose the pipe. So that's something new that we decided to add on, as we learned more about the erosion in the area, so.
Just with all the new technology that's coming out, I just was curious if you had some sort of radar that's inspecting as you fly.
No.
Given that.
Paul.
Paul Oscar, county engineer, and I know I've with you a couple of times. Question regarding, okay, let's say the pipe is in, we're doing work on a roadway or say for instance, the resident is doing a project. Obviously, you'll be in a one-call system, it'll be located. Is there going to be an on-site representative? I mean, is there gonna be someone that is gonna be locally or somewhat locally, like for several counties that will be there on standby, that will help and assist in those locates? And then the second question is how closely can we work to, around the line? Is there any prohibition? I know we worked around gas lines and always there's someone there on standby, and, we're very cautious around those, but just maybe walk us through that process of working around the line once it's in place.
So it'll be the same process as what you're used to, for a gas line. You put the 811 call in, we'll come out. Usually if you're gonna be digging within 50 foot of the pipeline, we'll have a representative out there at all times while you're working, who will help locate. And you can work, as close to the line. This is a non-exclusive easement, so we don't have the right to tell you can't work in the area. You just have to make the 811 call and we'll be there. We'll potentially ask for you to hand dig rather than using, larger equipment. Once you're within a certain amount of inches, which will create the operations plan, and we'll be out there, with that and working, just making sure we expose the pipe with a shovel or something rather than doing damage to it. But it'll be virtually identical to what you're used to with like a natural gas line.
Any prohibitions in building next to it? Let's say you're a landowner and you want to build a new facility. You want to put up a grain facility or something that happens to be there. Is there a prohibition or a setback distance that's required for that person?
So we are requiring a 50-foot wide easement. You can't build on that 50 foot, but if you want your front door, to be on the edge of that 50 foot, then you're more than welcome to. So it's a pretty small, narrow area that we ask you don't build over, so we can able to do that flyover and it be successful.
What is your protocol for it? I mean, because we got Paul here, during constructions that our roads, our bridges are maintained to the degree they're at today, that they're not, the construction doesn't happen and we're left with a mess of things being torn up or abused or.
So we actually, Riley, maybe you can tell me what we're doing in Crawford County, but I'm gonna assume we're boring all, if not.
Yeah, it's predominantly bore. There might be a couple that we've thrown Paul's way for when he gets a chance to look at the permit application for an open cut, like maybe an unimproved trail that's taken care of by the county, but it's predominantly bore. I would say 99% of the road crossings.
So we'll start the bore outside the road right of way and come up on the exterior. It's actually gonna be a horizontal directional drill. So those are all we're gonna use HDD equipment across the board. It'll just be a smaller one. We'll also use a heavier wall pipe. And we will go no less than 5 foot from the bottom of the ditch.
Were you talking
Well,
more of the heavy construction traffic on all your roads?
All of it.
Yeah, so, like, what we also did is we videotaped all the roads, correct?
Yeah.
So
And we
have-
will again right before. So if you go onto Google right now and you drop the I always call it the little man onto the road. We videotaped and put onto Google 1 mile within all of our crossings. Let me tell you, this was a couple months ago, you know, as I mentioned, we make route variances. But so you guys can see that, it's access to you. We'll do the exact same thing right before construction, but it will be every road we're gonna drive. So any haul route, land route. So it's gonna say, this is what they looked like before we got there. And it's on Google. It's actually very cool. So it's not like we can keep it secret. And then we're gonna redo it post-construction. So you go onto Google and you say, this is what it looked like, you know, this date, and then you go to the next date. Do these match up, and Paul gets to be the final decision maker. Is this cleaned up and ready? Is this signed off? And if it's not, we'll work together to get it to the point that it was before we got there.
And do you guys have a construction site at each county, or does multiple counties?
So we'll have lay down yards, and we will not have them per county. We only have 7 across the entire footprint. I think we're working between 2 to 3 in Iowa. They're gonna be north of you, here.
And that's where all the pipe would be stored,
Mhm.
and then it'll just be trucked into Crawford
So,
County.
yeah, and that'll just be leased from the landowner, that area temporarily during construction.
I got another question. Just kind of, so your easement is 50 foot.
Yes,
The pipe goes down the middle of the 50 foot, so it's actually 25 on each side. So you are telling me that it would be safe to build something 25 foot from that pipeline? You would feel safe, somebody building a house, a school, a church, 25
as
foot?
long as we're out there while they do it,
What do you mean by that?
in terms of
you
inspecting
hit
during
that.
construction, to make sure they stay that distance.
Okay,
But that is where our rights end. We can control those 50 foot.
okay. So when we talk about the reason that we're working so diligently to make sure that we're protecting the citizens of Crawford County, if you're coming close to a city, whether it be one of our smaller communities or our large community, you'd feel safe if you were right outside of our city and we wanted to expand in that direction, that we would do a housing development and it's just right in their backyards.
I would, we all live around natural gas lines and usually don't even
It's a
think.
little
that
bit
it's there.
different than, but we really feel this is a different.
I would argue that it's non-explosive and non-flammable, so I would say CO2 is potentially, in my personal opinion, I know which one I want in my backyard.
So like this picture here, you've got 50-foot gaps.
Houston
throughout your
has
city?
actually started to, they can't give out easements anymore. They have ran out of area to give easements. So it's, if you can lay, I'm not gonna get into Houston law, but yes, the bulk majority previously were getting 50 to 100 foot easements.
Paul?
Well, I was just gonna say, I sense you're concerned, perhaps, there have been natural gas pipeline failures and incidences where they've been struck. So there's a lot of case studies on what's happened in those instances. It'd be interesting. And I personally would like to know too, I mean, if there've been some CO2 pipeline failures, how they happened and what was the result? And what did it look like?
Down in Mississippi, that one?
I don't know, I'm not familiar with any of them, I'm not familiar with that, but I've seen a number of gas line because we have them come and do presentations for our employees for safety programs, and they'll talk case studies of what happens and the things you want to be concerned about and all those. So I'm guessing there's something similar in that CO2 industry as they're moving that, so it might just, shed some light on your concern, I think, Gene, that you're trying to.
Well, early on, they had a video and it was a Zoom meeting, what happened down in Mississippi, and it wasn't very good. I mean, at that point in time, vehicles, because of the carbon, stopped working and people couldn't breathe, and it went for 4 miles, didn't it?
So there is a study that compares, and I can send it to you, it compares the natural gas, other hazardous pipelines to CO2. And it does show that CO2 actually is a lot safer compared to these other pipelines. I don't remember what that study was called, but I don't know if I put it on here.
So we don't take lightly that CO2 is an asphyxiant. Natural gas is an asphyxiant, but it's also an explosive and it's flammable. And it's at a high pressure, not as high of a pressure, but it's at a high pressure. Our line will also be brand new with the best engineering and the best technology and the most stringent PHMSA regulations. We are gonna be the first company, unless they're, in 2022, the regulations changed for that 20-mile valve separation that didn't exist prior to 2022. The requirement that every valve on a main line needs to be actuated to automatically shut down, that didn't exist prior to 2022. Did most companies do it? Yes. Was it a requirement for 100%? No. We can reference Tarsha, Mississippi as the one and only real case study, although CO2 pipelines have been in existence over 20 years. Tarsha, Mississippi fell into worst case scenario. If it happened in a valley, it had a operator that didn't react in the appropriate amount of time, which was shown by the fees that PHMSA slapped on them for the reaction time, the fact that they knew it was exposed pipe for several days and allowed it to sit there and not go and repair it, which goes back to the erosion study that we did. And then all of this happened, worst case, it was a still day, it was a cold day, which isn't great for CO2. They didn't have the reaction time, no one was there. One huge difference, their pipeline carried H2S, hydrogen sulfide, ours will not. H2S gives a odorant, which is what a lot of them say, hey, I had a rotten egg smell prior to not feeling well. Well, that's gonna be tied to the H2S that won't exist in our pipeline. H2S becomes dangerous when we're starting at 10 ppm, 20 ppm. In CO2, we're talking tens of thousands ppm before it becomes an asphyxiant danger. H2S is the biggest danger in the oil industry, hands down, no question. We all wear monitors when you're working out on the oil pipelines for H2S. So our pipeline won't hold that, as well as it's going to be built to carry solely CO2, and it's designed that way to carry the pressure, to have the wall thicknesses, and follow the most stringent PHMSA regulations. So there's more case studies in terms of smaller events. Tarsha is referenced pretty often.
Yes.
But we feel we're doing a lot above and beyond, especially just related to our erosion study, to make sure that that doesn't happen, as well as just following regulation to react better if something does happen.
Somebody here. Did you have a question, ma'am?
Me? Oh, no, I didn't. I just was listening closely to what Kylie was talking about. My name is Sherry Timmons. I'm the regulatory manager for Iowa. And the case of Tarsha, which is operated by the Denbury pipeline, has been mentioned on and off for public discussions, as it should be. The deficiencies of the administration of that pipeline are clear in the final report from PHMSA. And it was really a culmination of mistakes by the administration of that pipeline, by the geotechnical landslide that occurred. We are looking at all aspects of pipeline safety. And as Kylie pointed out, we are not carrying anything but CO2, and that's very important to remember. There has not been one fatality in a CO2 pipeline. They've been in operation since 1950, really. We've got some older pipelines around. But the PHMSA regulations, part 195, which are close to 115 pages, are very stringent on every aspect of pipeline, from the design to the inspection, to the testing, to your outreach to your community, to the maintenance of it. There's no wiggle room around it, and there shouldn't be. We want our schools, our communities to be safe. That's our top priority. Our employees, our community is safety. And we are in Iowa. I worked in economic development for close on 20 years. There's about 44,000 miles of pipeline that we walk, across our state each day. So very good questions, and keep asking them. But I think it's important to understand apples to apples and oranges to oranges. And the case in Mississippi is rather an orange to our apple. for lack of a better analogy, and I apologize for interrupting.
Well, thank you. No,
She was telling such an important story, so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you
very much. Appreciate that. Everybody good? Yep. All right, so you want to go back to where you were when I interrupted you? I apologize, but my
No, you're
questions
fine.
come up and.
I'm glad you asked them. It's good. It's definitely a good day to ask them when we have all these people here. So I think we really touched on everything on this sheet. The only thing I had left was the number 7 about the valves, but we definitely touched on that. We touched on Houston. So I'll just go on to the updates. We did touch on land acquisition. So construction, we still hope to start construction in late summer of 2023. As far as permits, I know that I have the understanding that we're waiting till we get the IUB permit. Paul, is that correct? You want the IUB permit before? Okay, so
I think we visited with the board kind of collectively.
Yeah.
The thought was until we know there's a project,
yeah,
it's gonna take considerable time to drive and look at each one of these crossings. Just to not do that unless we're absolutely certain there's gonna be something. I think we talked about that. There's still needs, not that we're standing in the way of anything.
oh yeah.
As soon as we get the green light, go button, we'll be there.
Yeah, I just, the only reason I wanted to bring that up is simply because I know in other counties, there's been a little bit of confusion that we would start construction once we got our crossing permits. And I wanted to kind of clear the air here that we cannot and will not start construction until we have our IUB permit. So even if the crossing permits, driveway permits, everything was approved here before that, we could not start construction until.
Which brings me another question.
Yes.
So you say you're gonna start summer of 23, which is
That's our hope.
hopefully just around the corner, this is February. If you have your eminent domain still in Crawford County, I believe you have like 19% of our pipeline that hasn't signed, and I believe you're up against the eminent domain factor there. Are you gonna go ahead and start knowing that there may be a point in time that you can't get through that property? You're gonna start this huge project knowing you may not get through?
So first and foremost, we cannot and will not start until we have every permit in hand
Okay,
from the IUB. So that is, we're still waiting on hearing dates. We're hoping to hear any day as to when the dates are gonna be. Our goal is for a March to May type timeframe for the hearings at the state level. That's gonna redesign construction based on those start dates. So our start date, we had to pick a start date a year and a half ago to order long lead materials and things like that. That date was August 2023. Once we get the hearing dates, not even just in August, not even just in Iowa, but across the project, we're gonna redesign construction start dates and we're gonna come out and let you guys know. The goal is still August.
okay.
Based on our August date, the project managers have sat down and done a large study on where we think our best acquisition is gonna be. Because if we have to skip a property, it's something we reference as a move around, which is something, we have to pay to our contractors to do.
Yeah.
So we are gonna start and design construction based on our best acquisition areas, and build off of that. But it's all gonna fall to when is our IUB hearings, as well as the hearings in the other states. And then we're gonna build construction off that, as well as the success of our acquisition, but it's been going pretty well.
Iowa's about 61%, if I understand correctly.
It's a little more than
I think
that.
we're about to hit
64?
65, so. Which is well over 1,000 landowners signed up in Iowa, so.
You to go, so, all right.
I guess if you have all permits in place, how long will it take you to get to 25 miles through Crawford County?
How many guys have answered that?
Well, these contractors are gonna get 1 mile, 2 miles a day. Now, that doesn't mean we're gonna put 2 miles or 1 mile in a day. Think of it as like an assembly line. I like to talk, when I talk to landowners, when we start on your property, give us 140 to 160 days from start to restoration.
But in terms of the ditch being open,
Ditch being
a
open,
week, assuming the weather is good.
correct.
Okay.
We had agreed that we would have some citizen input after this session. So are there any questions from our Zoom people or anybody in the audience that wants to talk to this particular issue? Any questions that you might have?
Excuse me. Am I on?
You're You are, go
Yeah,
ahead.
this is Bonnie Ewald up in Milford. And I met several of you last week in Spirit Lake. I just have a couple of questions. You just mentioned something about the other states, and I'm curious, if you get a permit in Iowa, but you don't yet have them in the other 4 states, will you proceed with the project here?
I am in no way high enough on the food chain to make that call. It's
Oh.
it's a risk-based decision that I think our very top management's gonna have to make. But it obviously is a risk if we don't have the permit in South Dakota, but we do in Iowa. But that will be probably our board that makes that call.
Okay. The other thing is I have in front of me here the Schedule B map for that you filed with the Iowa Utilities Board. And it still shows the pump station in Crawford, which you've clarified is not here. But it does not show a launcher receiver in Crawford, which you just told us would be here. So I would like to request that you file an updated Schedule B with the Iowa Utilities Board so that everybody's clear on what's where.
I will admit, I've never seen the Schedule B. It's just not my side of the business. I will ask them. We originally, as you knew, had a capture facility here. There's a chance it was acquired, so it's just property that we own rather than a capture facility. But I'm actually not sure on that, but I will definitely check with our legal team and make sure what we're filing is the most up to date, but there's no capture facility here.
And then if you do file that, how would we here in Crawford County know that an updated one's been filed so we can stay in tune? Because that's kind of part of why when we get together, you know, things have changed. We just kind of at some point in time want to know exactly what is coming through our county. And for us, what we worry about is our county and the whole state of Iowa also, but our main focus, our main concern is what's going to be in Crawford County and where is it going to be? And what do we need to be concerned about?
So we can't,
Bottom line.
I guess, we can't dictate what the IUB,
No.
how their alert system is
Yeah.
ran,
Okay.
but we can have Riley pull it once a month or whatnot and send you a couple of the pieces.
Yep, he's got
especially
all of
if
our
there's been
emails,
changes.
so
Yeah.
as things change,
I just volunteered.
rather than for
Yeah.
us having to, you know, dig the information out, if we could just get it up front rather than hearsay, and that we have the most up to date, we're not, that there's not something out there that's the old one and we're looking at the wrong one. And my other, what brings the question also was Ida County is very close to us. Do you have a map showing where Ida County's pumping station is gonna be? Is it right over the county line or is it?
I don't have one on me.
Yeah, I don't have it with me.
But you do know for sure it's in
I can
Ida
pull it up.
County that there's no, that's pretty much set in concrete?
Yes, at this,
Okay.
because the final hydraulics, that would be where it's at. So I think she's trying to pull it up, but I don't have one printed with me. since-
Final hydraulics shows Ida County and over kind of by Spencer and or Clay.
So
County?
Clay County, I think is the Gillett Grove, pump station site that she was referencing. So it's a,
Gillett Grove?
yeah, it's a small, it's not in Spencer.
It's not in Spencer.
Not
I
in
think
So
Clay.
this is why I was so confused and I couldn't find it in Ida. I had texted the
Oh,
pump station engineer.
sure, yeah.
They didn't move it, they moved it north and then they moved it all the way to Sioux County, so it is actually
Okay.
not near you guys. We have one in Sioux and one in Clay, and those will be built in phase one.
That's what I had. kind
And
of
then
heard
there's
through the
one in
grapevine.
Hancock that won't be built for several years.
Okay,
So that's where I was looking and I couldn't find it in Ida, and that's why. So we've got one in Sioux, one in Clay,
okay.
and the phase two one potentially in Hancock, so we'll buy that property, but we won't build it. Or we'll lease that property, but we won't build it.
All right, just trying to, I know it's a moving target for
We
you
should have a
guys too.
state map that shows this
That,
stuff.
yeah,
but we
that
don't.
would be nice.
It's so
just that
zoomed
we-
out, once you get the whole state, that you can't see the little pieces.
Well, we have this one.
Yep. I didn't realize we
There's
filed
also a
those
state
ones.
map on our website, or on the Summit Carbon website,
That,
but I'm not sure if it shows, I think.
even
like you
with the
said-
magnifying glass, I'm struggling.
Yeah, that's the problem. Well, that's the problem with, and that's project wide.
And I
That's
do
more than
have
just the
that in
state.
color, which is easier, but.
I can send you a statewide map too.
That would be great, just so it kind of follow, you know, because we're interested in the whole
Mhm.
state, and as is everybody, so. All right, so do we have any other questions, anything we want to clear up while we have all the right people in the same room? Hearing none, thank you again for coming. Updates are always good. We always have a lot of questions because this is very, very important to us, and we're trying to do the right thing for our county. And we're only as good as information we have, so appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you guys for your time. Any other questions?
You're welcome.
And
I
does
got your
anyone need
number.
a business card? I think it's.
I would love one, because that way I can, thank you very much.
Yes.
Thanks, guys, Kylie, Riley, and Kaylee.
Kylie, Riley, and Kaylee.
Got the map in there. And I can send you.
Okay.
Send it all.
Young
All right.
future leaders.
Back to my agenda, where are we staying on time? No, I'm being fired. Rick Hunsinger, I saw you come in. Come on down.
Thank you.
You're walking down the street, and you take your picture, sorry. Me and my brother and sister.
Hello, welcome. Long time.
We should find that
Look at that.
picture. We should find that picture.
How you doing?
Doing good. Trying to stay warm.
Did you find another board member for me yet? To replace Lauren Schultz?
Hey, Rick, I think I mentioned before, Craig goes there.
Nice to meet you.
Morning, Rick.
Morning.
I do, I got some ideas.
Okay,
I'll get you one by the end of the week.
unless it's you, and then I have to find one, because they reappointed you for the
Yeah.
executive board appointee.
Yeah. I have some ideas, I have some connections with some people that are. know what's going on.
Okay.
All right, so what do you want to talk about today, Rick?
Workforce,
Workforce, all right.
that is the proposed withdrawal from the 2080, which of course is just up to you. I wrote that letter, is the 2080 agreement was signed by 18 counties in West Central and Southwest Iowa 2 years ago to form the chief elected officials for workforce. So it's called the CEO. Each county has a seat on that CEO. Workforce development has been, as far as I can tell, it's about 40 years that the counties have been involved. NACO has been very active at the national level on making sure that counties are involved in workforce and training programs. It was called CETA originally, then JTPA. That's when Region 12 originally got involved in '83. Then it became WIA, and now it's WIOA, Workforce Investment and Opportunity Act. We were from '83 on, we were, well, until 2020, we were the grantee. So Region 12 received the money. There was the 2080 agreement between our 6 counties. There was that CEO board that met, and then they appointed a private board. And the private board is the one that really approved the plan and kind of oversaw the funding. The funding is in 3 it's really for job training. And there's only one piece of the federal job training money. It is for adults, dislocated workers, and youth. And the goal is to get people back to work. And it is either done, it's really done to be as little expensive as possible. So you employ staff who are caseworkers, somebody comes into the workforce center, you get a referral. The goal is really just to, if you can work with them on interviewing skills and putting a resume together, and that gets them a job, great. Some people need retraining, and so there are funds there to send them generally to a community college or short-term training, a lot of welding, CNAs, truck driving. But it can be it's driven by that person, but it has to be, if it's paid for by these funds, it has to be in a high demand area. And so that's all controlled by a plan that is approved locally, although within certain stipulations of what the plan has to be. And so it operated this way. Region 12 is a grantee. I remember when I started, which has been 33 years ago, we had over $1 million in the summer program. I didn't work with it, but I just knew that they had over $1 million. They employed teachers to work on literacy and numeracy. And we had like over 100 kids out working for cities and counties during the summer. When we ended up at the end of 2020, I think that budget year we had $180,000 total. So we weren't really sending anybody to school. I kind of run it and then employed a couple of people that could that could work with the clients that come in the front door. So the state a couple of years ago said, you know, they were looking at decreasing regions. They wanted to maybe do 2 regions, Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, Davenport as one region, maybe Burlington was in there, and then the rest of the state in Des Moines. You know, there was discussion of whether they would be in with the other or they would be in with the balance of the state. And part of that is because they got the counties, when they started messing with boundaries, particularly in the northwest part of the state, pressured them and went to DOL and said, you know, really, this has to be locally run, which is true. So IWD came back to the counties and said, well, you can decide where you want to go, but here's the issue. You have to have a separate fiscal agent that cannot be the board staff. You have to have a separate board staff, and then you have to hire the service provider. And so up until that point, you would have one that would do it. Like in Sioux City, Western Iowa Tech did it, Iowa Western did it out of Council Bluffs, we did it out of Carroll. But can't do that anymore. So, and there really isn't enough money to do that. When you look at for us, $180,000, $18,000, you really can't employ separate people. So in looking at the other regions, our former region joined with Sioux City and Council Bluffs for an 18 county region, signed the 2080 agreement, which essentially takes responsibility for the federal funds that they'll be spent in the right way. And then the CEO gets to pick the fiscal agent. The CEO picked us because we have this long history of working with the program. We haven't ever had to pay any money back. So they picked us to be the fiscal agent to watch over it. They picked Community Action Agency of Siouxland to be board staff, which we had to recruit. And disclosure, my sister is the director of that agency. And Goodwill out of Sioux City replied and was chosen as a service provider. So they employ the people that are in the workforce centers, work with people. Then you also have to have a one-stop operator, which can't be the board staff, it can't be the fiscal agent, but it could be the service provider. In this case, it was SPPG out of Des Moines. So we're rolling along, and that gives us about $900,000 between those 3 regions. Still not a ton. 10% of administration then is $90,000. For fiscal agent, pretty much everything we do has to be out of administration. For board staff, most of what they do has to be out of administration, but if they're working to the benefit of clients, like if they're writing the plan or if they're monitoring to make sure that it's spent right, they can charge some of their time to program. There's like 3 or 4 different activities that they can do, and that's it, which we've written into their contract. And then if they charge time to program, they have to tell us what they did so that it's legal. And then the rest of it all goes to program. And so there are quite a few rules that follow it. However, the CEO, who appoints the local board with the approval of the state, has a degree of local control. They told us then last November, IWD, that said, you know, we were wrong 2 years ago. You can have the same fiscal agent and the same board staff, and really you should. And like Region 12 gets the contracts directly from the state. Really, we shouldn't do that. The chairman of the CEO, their county, has to be the grantee of federal funds. And so supervisors at the time said, well, why didn't you tell us that 2 years ago? We just blew everything up and redid everything. Well, you know, we knew it, but we just wanted to take baby steps. So that, as you can imagine, did not make some of the supervisors very happy that they knew it. Although IWD kind of said, we're all new, which is true. We're new staff because they have terrible turnover there. And we didn't know it. They hired this consultant out of Kentucky that essentially led us down the wrong path. So they said in November, you get 3 choices. And the chairman of the CEO was Wayne, I'm gonna forget his last name, out of Cherokee County.
Picture him.
Yeah, Wayne out of Cherokee County, Miller. It was the CEO chair, and he was defeated in his primary. And so we don't have a CEO chair right now. Craig Anderson from Plymouth County is the interim chair, but does not want to be chair. But he is kind of interim chair, so he's kind of de facto chair at the moment. In November, they talked to the supervisors and said, you get three choices. Choice number one is the county of the chairman is the one that gets the federal contract. And they would provide the board support, would be an employee of that county, and they would provide all the fiscal services. This is why Craig doesn't want to be the chair. And the supervisors balked and said, you know, you can't do that because we can't tell our auditor what to do. They're an independent office and we can't tell them they're going to have to do this unless they would want to. So that was part of this debate. Option number two is that the county takes that lead county takes the contract. They employ the staff person and they contract out for fiscal agent. And then in that contract, you kind of spell out what you expect your fiscal agent to do, because there are degrees. You know, are you just writing checks? Are you doing all the reports? Are you doing all the monitoring, which is all stuff we're doing? Option three is you pick a different subrecipient that in that case, you could say, we're going to pick community action. They'll employ a staff person, they'll run it, or we'll pick Region 12, whatever. So, but regardless, in all scenarios, under the 2080, the counties share the liability. Now that's not generally been a big deal. Where the liability kicks in is if DOL comes and says, you know, you enrolled Mary and you spent $25,000 on her and she wasn't eligible to be in that program. And so you're going to have to pay that $25,000 back. In the first place you'd go to is Mary. She's probably not going to have the money. Then you would go to your service provider like Goodwill, and they would probably cover it. I mean, as long as your service provider is solvent, they're going to cover it. If they don't cover it, you could then go, like, you know, did we miss it as fiscal agent? Was there something that we didn't do that was right? But ultimately it could be the counties. The only big repayments there's been two that I'm aware of, both in the Des Moines area, one in 1982, which was about $1 million because they ran their youth program incorrectly. And so you had Boone County and Jasper County and Story County paying back their portion of $1 million for an inner city Des Moines program. They decided they didn't like that. The COG at that time ran it. So they killed the COG because obviously that's bad. Reformed to 2080. And in 2002, 2003, that was CTEC, if any of you are familiar with that. And they spent several $100,000 on writing themselves bonus checks, which the counties then had to pay back. So those were the only two times that I'm aware of in Iowa that that's happened. So the supervisors who were part of this meeting in November and since thought, you know, we don't really like these three options for several reasons. We don't feel we can tell the auditor what to do. We don't really like the fact that IWD hasn't been very honest with us. This program, because in this meeting, so we talked about, can they just not take it? Can you just kill the 2080 and say, we don't want to be responsible for the federal grant? And the first thing that IWD said was, well, it doesn't matter. Even if you don't have a 2080, you're still financially liable for it, which is not true. So they backed off of that statement. And then with DOL, they said, you know, if you don't take it, there's only one other time nationally when this has ever happened. Okay. And if you don't take it, here's the deal. Like, you have the 18 counties. Let's say 17 of them say, we're going to not be in the 2080, we don't want them. And you have one county that says, we still want to do it. Well, that one county is going to have to be the grantee of the funds. And they said they could, you know, if you have one county, like say it was Crawford County, they could play favorites. They could spend all the money on their people in this 18 counties. Of course, that would be illegal because that wouldn't be providing services to the entire region, because you've got to show that you're somehow reaching out in the entire region. So it's just been kind of a series of them not being terribly honest, I think, with the counties, that have led some of the other counties to say, you know, it isn't really local control, because it is money for a specific purpose that you have to write a plan for, and it's very highly monitored. We don't have a lot of control. You appoint the board, that private board that oversees it, but the state approves all of your appointees. You might pick a dentist that's really interested and involved, but the state will say, nope, they don't have anybody that's open right now. And that's not a high demand occupation like nursing would be or trucking. So you can't appoint that person. So there has been some distaste with counties that way. The other issue is there's not enough money to run the program. $900,000, even if it was $1 million, 10% admin is what you get. That's $100,000, which sounds like a lot. But if our contract right now, fiscal agent is $35,000. We were, and I don't put any time to it. I put very little time to it, though I spend a lot of time on it. Mark, my fiscal officer, puts the time that he spends on it. We had spent over half of that by the end of November. So I am going to ask for an amendment to that contract, but I think the fiscal agent side of it's probably closer to 50,000. And how can it be that much? Well, when we get the receipts in to make sure that they're spending it right, we require that they attach all of their receipts, and it's going through and reconciling all of those, making sure it matches the client name, making sure that the client is in the right title. If they bought a pair of shoes for them and it was $300, was that within the $600 limit? Was that limit a lifetime limit? Was a total limit? So there's a lot of monitoring that Mark does when we get the check in. And then we went on site and did monitoring for 2 days and just did spot checks on, are these clients actually eligible? You said that they're eligible for dislocated work, or I need to see the layoff notice that they got from the business to go in, and they wanted to go into nursing. I need to see that you've evaluated their test scores to make sure that they're smart enough to be a nurse. Okay, so the monitoring can be, that's kind of the staff, the board staff person also has to do that monitoring, but there's some crossover because it's an ineligible expense and therefore a fiscal issue if they aren't eligible or they're not smart enough to do it, or they flunk some classes and you're repaying for classes for them to go back. And these are all issues that you can have. Or, you know, you're paying for steel-toed shoes, but their program doesn't call for it that they need steel-toed shoes. So you never should have bought them that. So we question everything when we go through that. So I think you're probably talking at least 50 for fiscal, and you really would need a full-time staff person to work on this. Like community action, and they just lost their person that was doing it. So they're kind of limping through it, but that person is writing the plan, working with all the partners, doing the monitoring, going to all the meetings and webinars and everything that they've got at IWD. I think to get a decent full-time person, you're probably gonna have to spend 70 or 80 grand. Get somebody that has the knowledge and to stay in that position. If it was with us, I'd probably budget twice that for total budget because of travel and all the benefits and everything. While you can do a lot of things with Zoom, you've got 3 workforce centers, Denison, Sioux City, and Council Bluffs that you should really be interacting with. So I think you're probably $50,000 to $80,000 short on administration. And talk to the state about, can't you somehow redistribute it? Oh no, we can't redistribute anything. Isn't there additional money at the state? Oh no, there's no additional money at the state. And of course, you're serving the whole system. What I think probably should be done, all the partners need to kick in. You've got Voc Rehab, you've got Job Corps, you've got community colleges, you have some of the school districts that get Title II money that's federal. You've got IWD themselves, you have the Promise Jobs program, you have all of these services that are in the center, and you're supposed to, under this program, be responsible for administration of the center. But you can't, because they all have their own little fiefdoms. You can't tell any of them what to do. All of them tell you they don't have any money. You could structure it in the rent of the center, but you don't have control. At least now they haven't given us control of the rent. So I can't structure anything with the rent at the center because we don't control it. And they don't require all the partners to be there. At Voc Rehab, when this moved to Denison, they stayed in Carroll. So they would say, we're not in the center, so they wouldn't pay for their footprint. And those are just some institutional things that I think are difficult to run the program. So this goes back to this amendment or this resolution on the 2080. By February, supposedly by February 23rd, which is a date chosen by IWD so that everything can be ready by July 1st. They want to know where the region is going to go. So it's got to be, you have to have somebody be chairman and say their county's going to take the grant and be responsible for it, or find that county that will do it, have a fiscal agent, or find an agency that's going to do it to take care of it if you want to run it. Although at the CEO met, there were 11 of the 18 counties on that call. It's been a week and a half ago, I think, when they met. They voted 11-0 to pursue disbanding the 2080. Now you ask if you wonder what happens with that $1 million. The state, we asked that of IWD and DOL when we were on a call. I think there were only 5 counties on that call, and then I was on it, and the board staff was on it. They said Well, the state's gonna have to take care of it, because when the state takes the grant from DOL, they guarantee that the services are gonna be delivered throughout the state. So they'll have to figure out something. They'll either deliver it themselves, or they might see if another region would adopt this region. I don't know the likelihood of that, because then you're gonna be asking Polk County, you're gonna have to go serve, Polk, Dallas, that consortium. You're gonna have to serve this area of Western Iowa, and they're not gonna take any liability. And they're not gonna help you recruit board members. And so I don't know the likelihood of that happening, because it would be the same if they came here to our 18 counties and said, will you take all the responsibility and serve the Spencer area or serve the Fort Dodge area? I do think too that there is some discussion in Northwest Iowa. Kyle, I don't remember his last name. He's from Cassuth County. He's been fairly vocal.
Kyle Stecker.
And he sat in on,
Yep.
yeah, he sat in on our last CEO meeting. And I think they have held discussions with Fort Dodge. I don't think that their supervisor was in. They thought they were going to be, but I don't think she called in. So there would be some level of service. Don't know how that would be. Don't know who the service provider would be. But for you guys, I think the only question, if I was in your seat, and I'm not advocating to do it or not to do it, because if you, let's say you guys in Carroll County said, we'd love to do it, the two of us are gonna be the only two that are gonna stay in it, and Region 12, you're gonna have to run this for us. You're gonna be the grantee, you're gonna run it. We don't care if you're gonna lose money, okay? We would do it because you would tell us to do it. Or if just you told us to do it, we would do it. So I don't care, but where was I going with this? So if you, whether or not you want to stay in is up to you. I'll stop. Do you have a question?
I'm sitting here thinking, whether we want to stay in or not is up to us.
Yes.
What services, how is that going to disadvantage Crawford County if it just sounds so complicated and it sounds.
That's where I was going.
So, okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
You currently have 4 people that are enrolled in the program.
4.
You have 4. I think Carroll has 3 or 4. Green has 3. I think Audubon has 1. I don't think there's any in Guthrie and any in Sac right now. I think there were a total of 89 clients that were enrolled. And when we talk about enrolled, that's from I walk in the workforce center today and I get my assessment to I am done with the program, and you keep them enrolled for a while after they're done with their program. But there was a dislocation in Sioux City. So there's a lot of, Woodbury County has a bigger number, not only because of population, but there was a business that closed. So they still have some people hanging on from that. And in fact, there's somebody from Dakota County, Nebraska that's on it because they were able to be served because the employer was in Sioux City that closed. I don't know how much of an impact for services that are going to be here. The big question would be, how is it going to impact the workforce center?
Right.
And I don't know. In theory, the CEO and board should be able to determine how those services are going to be delivered, meaning, do we have this workforce center? Do we have that workforce center? Do we have I know Goodwill has a truck that they have that they take out that's like a mobile job center. The board should have a say in that. They don't. When they moved the workforce center from Carroll to Denison, they never asked the private board or the supervisors. They just did it. Good or bad. They probably did it because of the numbers that were shown after we operated that temporary center up in the strip mall. And then after they left, they wouldn't give us any more money. We had like 100 people a month coming in, which was like multiples of the numbers of clients going in the Carroll office.
Yeah.
So we went out to Western Iowa Tech, and they gave us a classroom, and we had like 4 computers, and we'd get like 30 people in there on the one day that we would be in there, and you wouldn't get that in Carroll. So I think that's the reason that they moved the center, was because the demand was here. I think it also looked bad for them when I would tell them, you're closing, when we had to close the temporary center, you are closing this temporary center that has the highest minority population in the state, probably of any of your centers. I didn't know, but I said, we're like close to 100% of the individuals coming in the front door because of the closure. So I don't know the danger of closing that. There's a whole bunch of things that go into that. Do they have the money? What's it look like politically? And is that because of how powerful is your senator? Jason's got some tenure. So maybe that they would never close it while he was there, or maybe it doesn't matter because, but you think that's gotta be something. If they look at the demographics of the center, is that good or bad? And it's one of the few rural centers that they still have. Is that good or bad? So I don't know how that would impact your center. I think for services, for this particular program, there's not very many people. I don't know how that impacts everything overall. I just don't know.
Rick, I got a question.
Go ahead.
How's it work? All the counties decide to dissolve the 2080, it goes back to state. Who at the state ultimately gets to decide how to have workforce development in our region? I mean,
Well,
is that the governor? Is
we're
that?
talking about the WIOA program,
So-
because already workforce development in the region is going to be determined by Beth Townsend, the director
Okay,
at IWD. So we're just talking about the WIOA program. How that impacts other workforce services, depending on what the counties do, I don't know the answer to that. Because there's not a lot of money here, but it would go back to, IWD would be responsible, ultimately Beth Townsend. But then her division administrator that's over this program is Michelle McNerney. So Michelle would probably have some sort of a say about it. And then there is Wendy Greenman is the person that is underneath Michelle that specifically works just with this program. They would probably have something to do with how are we going to roll these services out in Western Iowa.
And
And you may not be the only ones, like they might in like the Spencer area, which reaches over to Cassuth County, potentially the Fort Dodge area. I mean, you might have half the state say, here you go, you can have it back.
you have an 11-0 vote to disband. Doesn't speak very highly, does it?
Well, no, and of course, those supervisors that were on there said, as you know, I'm not speaking for my county.
Yeah,
If it was up to me today, I think we'd be out. And so it was generally a feeling of, how do you think your county would be? And so it wasn't a vote to disband, and they weren't committing their county to do that. But the feeling of the 11 supervisors that were on the
gut
call
feeling,
was,
gut reaction.
gut reaction is
Consensus, yeah.
we need to be done.
But we have $990,000.
Somewhere in that
That's the
neighborhood.
number. We can
And
say
it-
$1 million,
It's
But-
every year, it's gonna go up and down, and the way that formula works, it has been going down, because they have this big pot of money, federal level, the first third, I don't think this formula has changed. I mean, I asked IWD and they told me this was right, but I don't necessarily know that they know, given other things that they
Sure.
didn't apparently know, so. But it used to be that the top third would go to the highest unemployment areas in the country. And I don't know if they then said that money then goes to the state, or if that's how they determine the money to the state, but that's the first third goes to the most in need. Then the next third goes to that first third plus the next third. So if you're a high unemployment area, you're getting money out of that first third, then you're getting money out of the second third, and I think it's based on population. And then the third third is everybody else based upon unemployment rate and population. So you can imagine that a low unemployment rate, rural region is not gonna get very much money.
yeah.
So
Good and bad.
how that formula changes over time, when I saw our unemployment rates go way up, we never got a whole lot more money. And part of it is because I don't think they changed the formula. So I suspect, Burlington gets a ton of money. They have hundreds of thousands in administration for the Burlington Davenport area. They get more than Des Moines.
And then Rick, out of those 18 counties, is it divided out equally, or does it goes to the county that has the worst unemployment out of those 18, gets a little more?
Theoretically, it goes to where there are clients. And part of the work of the board staff really is to look at that client list and why is there nobody being served from Guthrie County? Or if there's you would think, okay, we need to make an effort. We need to take our little mobile machine out and do some announcement, visit the courthouse, talk to people about finding them jobs, and then getting referrals from other agencies. Because truthfully, a lot of referrals come in from others because this money can be flexible. A client at Job Corps, and Job Corps also gets money out of Title I, but they're a contractor with the federal government, so it doesn't come out of the region's pool. But one of the things that I know used to happen with, I don't know if this is still the case, but a kid would leave Job Corps and graduate, Job Corps couldn't help them beyond graduation, where we could. So co-enrollments can sometimes be important, because if we, although this didn't happen, we'd say you should co-enroll your kids with us. I mean, yes, they'll count on ours and we'll get credit for things that Job Corps is doing that we're doing nothing, which was, I think, part of the problem. But when they graduate, we can go in and pay their first month's rent. We can do their car repair. We can give them mileage to go to work if they are doing an internship or something with the program. That never happened, but that's an example of why referrals are important. That can also happen with vocational rehabilitation, where you can co-enroll. It can happen with promised jobs, which is the TANF recipients that need to go and do job searches. That can help at least this program, because those other programs may not have the money. This one does, to do some of the specific, pay for some of the specific support things. So it's all about, it shouldn't be about population, but probably where there's a higher population, there's going to be more people. And, it's easier to sit. One reason to have a workforce center here that's nice is you don't have to drive 40 miles to come into a workforce center. So you can imagine if there's a workforce center in Sioux City, they're going to have more people that are from Sioux City and Council Bluffs, or have more people from Council Bluffs and in Denison, or people from Denison, just because of access.
Every time you say anything, it just brings more questions. We could
That's
sit here
okay.
all day. So today I see that it is not necessarily a take action, but just a discussion for us to kind of think about.
Yes.
So, and February 23rd is when you kind of need to know.
That's when IWD wants to know. That's
Okay.
their schedule. I mean, it'd be nice, but I
think there's
if
a
you aren't
lot.
ready to make a decision there, you don't have to. I know that, isn't there an ISAC meeting for the supervisors coming up?
Thursday.
So this may be a topic that you may have some other colleagues in other regions to talk about, to get a feel of what they're thinking or what some of their concerns are. So it's not under a gun. You have to pass it today or next week or even the week after that. But it is something that we should make a decision sooner than later, because if everybody's going to cut the cord, it'd be good to know that.
Yeah.
I've got to give, I think I have to give a 90-day termination. And so with the board staff to the 2080 if we're not going to do services. So we have time to do that as well.
A lot of moving parts to that particular program, the way you explain it with the money and,
It is a complicated program.
it
Sounds
is.
like a soap opera.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, a little bit. I mean, I've been around it
I
since
can
I've been at
tell.
Region 12, because the other coworkers there would talk about it, and then they would make me go out and monitor kids in the summer when I was driving to cities to work on grants or whatever. And then I actually served as a WIA director for a while because I didn't have the money to hire anybody. So I had the joy of
Yeah.
running that program.
You've got it memorized pretty good. You got it.
Oh,
down
I have
pretty-
forgotten more than I know.
Yeah.
But
Let us kind of mull
I
it
will offer
over.
this, Rick, I was forwarded your email, and I reviewed the 28, there's a proposed 2080 for the disbandment, that we have, but, the 90-day window was part of the fiscal year, right? So that gives April 1st. We're
yes.
talking deadline.
Yes, for the county to pull out, you have a 90-day pullout, yes, is April 1st. IWD is the one that would like to know by February 23rd, but seriously, if you didn't tell them, like altogether, I don't know that they're gonna take your birthday away. I mean, I don't know what power they have,
I
so.
hope they do.
I
don't want
don't know. I don't know that that's true, but
Yeah, well, we'll discuss it. Well, you've given us more information than we could have gotten out of an encyclopedia. I mean, I just sit here and I don't
That's
know
true,
how
but-
you remember it all and the percentages and how it all comes down, but I was taking notes and I hate the other options, but we don't really know how it would be facilitated. And anytime you say, well, just go back to the state, then I kind of get real nervous.
I know.
And I don't ever think that's the best way for local control, that the answer then is somebody in Des Moines is gonna be looking out after Crawford County, because we know better than that.
And when they originally came down and said, you'd have to have a service provider, you could choose a contractor, and this was when they were doing a statewide meeting. Others asked the consultant, well, who does that in other states? And I said, well, it's the Council of Governments usually that you have to do that. And so I talked to Mark about it. Do we want to do this? And we've been involved with the program for 40 years as an organization.
Yeah.
We're long invested in it, and it's hard to pass up opportunities. You know, we don't say no if our counties ask us to do it, but I think if it was, do you want to or do you not want to? I think it's just really.
Sounds like a lot of
think-
work.
I think it is a lot of work, and we know how to do it. It's just, it is the shifting sand that we get, and the fact that the state wasn't very honest with us makes
Yeah.
us wanna get out.
Rick, have you had any counties pass this resolution? yet?
Not that I know of. I haven't heard back from anybody. I know Woodbury's discussing it this week, but I don't know if they'll act on it.
Lots to think about. I just hate to lose local control, but you know, when you.
We don't really have it anyways.
Yeah, well, yeah,
There's a degree.
yeah.
Will make you feel like you do, but you don't.
Yes.
Almost.
We definitely know we'll have less if it's all,
That is true.
even giving up this much sometimes is hard, because at least we have a go-to person that we know. So, I don't know. Good presentation, thank you, Rick.
Okay.
Yeah, lots
And
of
maybe
things.
I would encourage you to, if you know some from other counties, to chat with them and see what they're thinking.
I wrote it down.
Craig Anderson, Scott Belt's been involved for a long time. Ray Dre, I know, had come to all the meetings. He's from Ida, I think.
Which
What
one?
what was the name for my?
Raymond Dre. He's somewhere up there. But you have new supervisors too, people that are brand new to the workforce board. So,
It takes a while to learn all the ins and outs of any board you're on,
yeah.
medical.
Or Kyle, I think Kyle was part of the group that, I don't know if they sued the state or if they just did the appeal through DOL. But he knows a lot about it as well. He does not have, know that he will not have a good opinion of IWD, I don't think, when you talk to him.
Yeah, probably not. If there's, anytime you say sue in lawsuits, it usually doesn't leave a good
Yeah,
taste.
I
in
don't know if they
anybody's mouth.
sued him or if that was just, I think they just did a big appeal through DOL.
Even a
nationally.
threat doesn't bode well, usually
Yeah.
threatening to sue or
Yeah.
take money away and have to pay money back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much. Sorry, we ran off our schedule. I was right on
that's okay.
schedule for about a minute.
That's
Exactly a
okay.
minute.
I just, it'll delay Chris Whitaker's evaluation.
Oh, well, I warned him we put you in a good
You'll
mood.
appreciate that.
Thanks for coming over.
Thank you.
See you, Rick.
We had one application, right?
We did.
But they live
County.
in,
They don't live in Crawford County.
how do we think that'll work? Is that a good idea? I personally, I know we only have one application, but here again, do all of the people that need to know even know it's available? And I understand that our problem is, how do we let people know this job is available? If people aren't seeing the publication, because I can't believe there's not one person in Crawford County.
I got one gentleman, he asked me about it, so I just texted him and said, what's your situation? Oh, he said, you gotta get a new computer. Well, he said,
Why? You could come in here and get the
I
application.
told him that, he was on it, so. There's at least one person in the county that would be interested in the job, but
How much does it pay again? I'm sorry, I don't have my notes on that.
I think the current gentleman was right around 14 and a half.
That's what I remember.
you're correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks.
And how much time does it take normally? I mean, what,
It's a 20-hour work week.
20
April
hours?
1st, ending August 31st.
April 1st to August 31st.
I didn't read this, sorry.
It takes the right person to fill that.
Yes, it
Fit
does.
that
Fine.
criteria.
Absolutely.
It's very
There's stuff to
beneficial when the
learn,
right person's in.
Unless you have knowledge, and then there's still stuff to learn.
We had a good
And if you have
Have you had
knowledge.
someone that's been in that position for a long period of
Yes.
time and now it's just open, or is this an annual thing where we always have to find?
Doug's
it?
been doing it.
Every year, but.
Doug
Five
Hosey
years.
was doing it.
He
He'd
retired.
done it for half a dozen years, 5 years.
Six. It was my first year.
Before that, we had had a longer standing individual, I
Was that
think.
Ken
No, it
Buchanan?
was,
Was it Kendrick Cannon?
Wow.
Yeah.
Did
Yeah,
Kendrick Cannon?
can't think of his
take
name.
There's no
He did it for
foundation.
another half dozen years.
Yeah.
Merlin Goobels before that was I think a long
Yeah,
standing
maybe he was city. dentist.
person,
Maybe
but
he was city dentist.
if they're willing to come back year after year and they're doing
A good job.
what the board needs them to
Yeah.
do, it's just a continuation of service, so
Well,
we don't repost every year typically. If unless that person doesn't wanna do it
I
anymore,
think it would
which is
just
what
be so
happened
much
this year.
easier to be in the county that you're serving, you know, just because.
I know, well, and you haven't, I mean, we don't even know if this person's qualified or,
Yeah.
Right.
you know,
So we would have until April potentially to
Needs
find
to get
somebody,
done,
right?
needs to get done a lot sooner than that, so they can get the
right.
certifications and stuff that they need on a state level to be a weed commissioner.
I,
And I'm not sure when those classes are through, if that's just online or I thought last time with Doug,
Doug did them online, I think.
Yeah, I don't know.
there were certain times that he had to do it and there was a time, I mean, I think he had to get in signed up at a certain time.
I mean, we didn't post it at Workforce. We could post it at Workforce.
maybe we should.
It might
think
hit
about
some
that.
people that are interested
Just
in.
because I feel like it's the wave of the way
I
things
feel like we
go.
put it, I
Is it-
know we put it in the
Is it
paper.
on Facebook?
I don't know. I don't
I
have, the county doesn't have a Facebook account, so.
We were
I would
told this
say
morning at
no.
our hospital board meeting that Facebook is not even allow you to advertise for jobs anymore.
Oh, well then forget that. Just when I got on the program, they get away from it. There's social
And
media.
it's not meant for that and then.
I know
these
it's
changes
not, but
are-
It's not meant for a lot of things. but
Yeah,
still.
If
yeah.
you list it, if you can get it on Iowa Workforce, right? I mean,
Right.
at least,
That might help,
I think that would help. It would have people, computer access, certainly
right?
would search there. That's where I would think you would go to search for a job, would be
Yeah, I
there.
would think so too. I would, the KDSN used to have a deal that
Oh,
comes
yeah.
out and says, you know, so-and-so's looking for a position that pays this and so many
Yep.
hours and so forth and so
I don't
on.
know if that came from Iowa Works or if it was separate. I can check on
I'm
that.
not sure, but I remember hearing, you know, all of the different, and Sherry Vaughn used to actually be the one
Right,
that had it, so
right.
it must be workforce.
But I'd say we want to have somebody placed by, what, March 1 for sure?
For sure, I would
Be
say.
nice.
Well, I'll get, April 1st is the start
Right.
date, but
April
yeah,
1st start
and
date.
Yeah,
Have that person selected. by
nice.
March 1 so
Yeah,
they can go through the
exactly.
at
Proper
least.
certification that they
remember-
need.
Our
so,
first year with Doug, did we let him start 2 weeks earlier so he could get his training
I
done?
think we did.
I don't know.
I thought
Training's
there
a
was-
day, we'll pay him for that day. It's not
Yeah.
I
like they
thought
have
he
to
went
work 20
earlier
hours.
before
a
the start date just to get certified and
But
have.
then
that
we
training.
moved him up too. We had him start at April 1st instead of May 1st.
Right.
So,
The April is the most current schedule that Doug was doing,
yeah.
Cause we had a couple and Cecil.
cause he
and I
was
remember
missing some of
interviewed.
that weed growth,
Remember
some
that
of,
weed
you know what I
growth,
mean? It was
By May 1st.
not
all
hitting
weeds and
people
all
at a
that,
time where they could
that
treat
was
their
fine.
weeds properly, so.
Like he-
Even though fall is the best time to do that, but anyway.
They're easily noticeable.
So how long, when do you want the cutoff for receiving of applications to be?
Can we,
February 15.
I've just seen other applications that'll be posted till filled. Would that be wrong or does that leave too open-ended?
So then you hire someone and
Not
it's still
my
open.
job, so
I
you all
don't feel
say
like
what
you
you
gotta
want,
set
it's not mine.
We're just throwing things off, seeing what sticks.
I see
Well,
that.
I guess I'm just calling it out, yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
I
would-
think what you, more so, let's say if you set a 2 week or we're gonna run it for a month and we get nobody, then you make the decision again to keep running it versus.
I
Or you
say
don't
we
get
get it
qualified
as many
one.
publications and as many places as we can, because I just feel like there's that retired person that just needs a little something, you know, it's just,
I don't even like, you look at our local co-ops, that they thrived off having retired farmers or people from the community that would drive tender and they don't get those people anymore. I mean, it
where'd they
just,
go?
south, Florida, a lot of them are Florida, Arizona type people.
Just don't have a lot of them
Driving
around,
bus at Disney World.
so.
I got some ideas. Let's go 2 weeks,
That's fine.
because that gives us a
February
chance.
15th or something.
February 15th, just as a time limit, everybody figure out a way to get that out there that we have this job available. And go from there, and then come February 15th, we'll see what we have, and the one application we have, we can review it. and
Wanting to make it a hard line in the sand, you have to live in the county.
Preferred,
Say preferred is a start, I mean,
We look, I don't know. we-
Hold on
I don't
to
know
this
if we wanna do that. I
application, you
mean-
can always review it.
absolutely,
and-
that's what I'm
Or
saying.
Get it
that's what I
down
hate
to-
to exclude it, and then if we get nobody.
I hate to exclude it also. Preferred is the word we use.
What the, but they might just live a
Applications on it.
mile outside.
Right, yeah.
District ban.
Work in
Even
Crawford
if
County.
Code that says
Wife
we
works in
must have a
Crawford County,
weed
kids,
commissioner,
you know,
and
It could be very
yeah.
good.
I can look into it.
Yeah.
I don't have to go dive in statute, I don't know.
I just asked if there's any, I mean, if we fail to get anybody and we fail to have a weed
Commissioner.
what level of state problems could
Oh,
we run into? So,
And could we double dip an employee, like a county employee,
well, that's my
maybe
next-
secondary roads, someone could do it, I don't know, I'd have to go look at all that stuff.
Supervisor, Kyle?
Yeah, Kyle, you can go do this?
yeah, Kyle.
Can't turn myself in.
And if Gene's not, he won't climb any poles, maybe you go out there.
Well, first I'd have to learn a flower from a weed.
Yeah, that would be important.
Every county in Iowa has its own county weed commissioner who was appointed by the Board of Supervisors.
Every county.
Wednesday, March 1st, there's a special meeting at where is it at? Curry Meadows, for new weed commissioners, and it also, you can get your pesticide license
Really?
on that, at that meeting. or
Do a little
at least take
gambling at
part
the
of
same
it.
time?
I just Googled it.
Look at you, Mr. Information.
There you go. I'll still go look into it, but
Just because
that's.
everybody
Shall
has
or
one
may?
doesn't mean they have to.
Yeah.
Shall or may?
Yeah.
That sounds like Greg.
Ooh, as long as you're not looking at,
Applications may be found online or picked up in the auditor's office.
I don't have a very good computer.
but you're out there looking at towers and.
I know,
Did you
I
get
know
a-
there are some
did you
weeds
get
around
a
the town.
Yeah.
Page
Could you
from
just
the-
kind of tell us about it? Oh, then we're turning ourselves in. No.
Handed you.
No,
Did you
gotta
get
give a
this?
spray.
What is it?
Yeah, on the reimbursement.
Handbook.
I've
next
got some
agenda
paper
item.
here. I'm sure I've seen it.
I'm sure you
I mean, the second page,
I'd be,
Second page for what?
isn't it? 2.2.
2.12.
2.12, okay, never mind.
Yeah, it's right there.
Right there, I see it, I see it.
Is this a change or is this an addition
I was
or?
asked to put this on the.
Yeah, I brought it up, I just, well, back in, was that July? Last year, we said we were gonna revisit the mileage rate in January. And it's January again, so we need to revisit the mileage
Right,
rate.
that's
It's
the
almost
next
February.
agenda item, but this one's first.
But to spur my, I mean, lodging expense at reasonable cost. Whose reason are we using? Versus a set amount. I'm not against like $150, but I don't feel like we should pay for a 5-star luxury
Well, I'm
all-inclusive
gonna be
joint.
devil's advocate, I'm sitting on executive board for ISAC for the state. A lot of our executive meetings are set at embassy at discounted rates, for 180 a year.
Just throwing numbers out, but
I mean, which I think is very invaluable for all of us to go to those meetings.
I
Part of our
don't
job.
disagree, it's not, I'm not trying to stifle.
Or they're
tell
set
people to not
at
go to
Sheraton, I
meetings.
mean, they're set out of our control where they're at.
I'm not saying we can't go to meetings, it's just. Let it be lodging expense at reasonable cost, what is the reasonable cost?
I have a question. Do they, when you guys reserve, or do they reserve, do they use the government rate? Cause it is $10 or $15 less. I know embassy probably doesn't, I don't know what they do for, they have special.
I know they
rates
get
on
some
it.
room rates and they blocked rooms off for
Right,
that.
right.
but those
And they
rooms are
fill up
usually
in 2
more
seconds.
expensive than down the road a little bit,
Mhm.
so.
A lot of the
that-
meetings hold place right there. though.
Then you're,
Oh, yeah, I
then
think
you're paying, unless they're using a county vehicle, you're paying a mileage to go the difference, so
Right.
you're not gaining anything.
I've
To go-
never
To go
tried
from a
to,
cheaper motel over to their meeting,
yeah,
you're gonna pay a mileage, so if it's a 3 or 4 day meeting, you're not gonna gain too much, but yeah, I understand where you're coming from. I remember the days of $50, $60 was out of line.
Yeah.
Cause I'm old, but
And I remember when we've had issues where somebody had day trips, that they would stay overnight.
Oh, we paid for a trip, overnight stay in Ida Grove a couple of years back.
Right, that's what I mean.
In Ida Grove, we paid for hotel.
oh.
To me,
Well,
that was unreasonable, but to them, it was reasonable.
Then you need to set a mileage, a distance.
and.
You know what I mean?
Sorry to add on, but
I don't know.
if it's in their budget and they have it budgeted, that's what your goal is for doing the budgets. If it's in their budget, it's their own dang fault for staying at a more expensive motel, in my mind. Because then they're not gonna be able to go the next time because it's not in their budget.
plus they just set their budget high enough to
Well,
give
that's, I mean,
themselves
that's,
wiggle
I
room
hate to
on,
say, but that's for you guys to
you know,
make that decision as to,
well,
granted,
Have you had a problem with people abusing it in the past couple of years?
we wouldn't know if they're
Well, I
abusing
don't
it or
know,
not.
it's what define reasonable, I've seen some that I thought that was an excessive deal, but I thought, it says reasonable, so.
do you have a set rate for meals? I don't.
It says $30 here, but I think that should be
$30
raised up, $30 don't hardly get you Big Mac.
I use my own money, right?
I think some of that depends on if your conference provides you.
A lot of your conferences
the other part
provide
of
it, so
that,
then
too.
if you stay at a hotel that they require for the conference, your meals are already required, or like executive board, they cover one night sometimes for staying. I mean, how do you factor all that in? Or like summertime, the annual conference in August. You go to the ballpark to network with people, they give you your meal with the ballpark for $10, but we don't cover that, but we'll cover you to go across the street and have a $30 steak. I mean, that don't make sense.
Well, I think what Greg says is very valid, though, you got travel and expenses in your budget at $5,000. And so if you're at the end of your budget year and you haven't spent your $5,000, you can go someplace, because we don't really make the decision whether you can go or not. You've already gone and you've turned in your claim, and what do? Refuse to pay it? It was in the budget. How do we control that?
Why we set, then those need setting mileage rate either.
Your
What is your mileage rate?
50 cents.
right now,
Yeah, it was way
Currently.
more than what Denison pays.
yeah, more than,
Oh,
And less than a lot of others.
yeah,
what did you say? it was?
Counties and
Mental health for
whatever.
mental health
61?
went to 61, I believe.
61 for mental health
Just last
region.
week, we changed it.
Region 12, I think is 56.
I guess I'm just surprised that they even said it. Excuse me, I'm just surprised that they even said it, why it's not just IRS rate, and you never have to meet, you have to do this on an annual basis, whatever the IRS allows, that's your rate.
Because if you go over, you're in trouble.
I like that, because then it's always fluid, it's always moving, we don't have to sit there and visit it every 6 months.
But who's keeping, I guess you just have to look and see what it
No, we
was.
just set up.
IRS sets it on an annual
Last month
basis.
at the
Right.
council meeting too.
I think Carroll County's 4% below what the federal rate is. Just kind of keep it fluent, but yet not as, because we don't live in DC.
Slowly one.
And I agree, you're
It's
using,
hard, to be 150 is a lot to go. But Des Moines is expensive.
We're not taking any action on it, I just.
well, let us think about it, let's get some feedback on it.
I would bring it on, 1105 resolution on county's mileage rate. I would make a motion to set the county mileage rate to mirror the IRS mileage rate.
Second,
I'd want to go for, any discussion? I think we should go a little bit below it. I mean, why do we need to keep up with the federal rate? I mean, not saying that that's what our rate is in Iowa, that's, I think we should try to mirror closer to what the actual
What
gas
is the
is.
federal rate?
64 right now, I think. Great, not looking that up for us.
I mean, to me, it's something that, at least that way, you don't have to continually on an annual basis talk about it. It's just set at the IRS rate. That's what the IRS allows you
IRS
to
rate?
deduct for
Yeah,
expenses.
IRS
You can deduct that IRS rate. I mean, if you claim an expense, that's the amount that you get to deduct. And to me, it just makes it simple.
2022
Makes
is
sense.
58.5.
I would assume the mileage that we pay out to county employees is not much on an annual basis, even per.
4% of, that would be like 2 cents a mile. So a trip to Des Moines and be, probably like $2.
It's, in 2022 is 58.5% for business.
It's to counteract 4% less. I mean, it's just, it'd be like $2 a trip to Des Moines and to versus somebody having to do the math, it's 4% less than that. It's just, I think just mirror it, be done with it.
Should we try it on a 6-month basis, see how it affects anything, or?
Again, same kind of deal. I mean.
Yeah,
when we
revisit
just-
every year when you.
What we discussed up here on the item before that, it's in the budget, when the budgets are dried up, I guess,
Well, good point, all right. Well, we have a motion and a second on the table. Any further discussion? Otherwise, we'll call a vote. All in favor?
Hi,
Aye. Let's just do
Roll
it.
call.
Matt.
So all yeses?
It's resolution.
Oh, it was a resolution?
I'll
Yes.
vote aye.
I'll vote aye.
Chair votes aye. All right, resolution. Sorry, I missed that, Liz.
I missed it. We all missed it.
All right.
Don't feel like.
Not all of
you left
Well, I
us.
was still thinking about that $2.
Thanks.
I was thinking about the $2. I couldn't pay attention. All right, we are down to the lawn spraying bid. Discussion and take action.
If needed, I suppose I could.
What? Oh, legal
You guys.
opinion on it?
See ya.
Oh, did we have a resolution?
I didn't see.
Did one of you
It's in the
keep
packet. I
it from the
just looked
packet?
at it.
Packet.
I didn't, I passed the packet's over there. I looked through it really fast because I have so much paper today. Because I think I have to,
I didn't know it's in this bid in there.
I was kind of shifting through it in a hurry there, so.
What do we,
I don't think I opened that envelope, so if it was in
That
a
was in
manila
the-
envelope. Do we have more than one bid?
no, we just.
you guys
have
missed your
one.
meeting for the record.
Yeah, we did.
Because of my
I texted-
inability
I
to
texted Scott Larson.
keep, they're used to it with us.
Which
Oh,
they have met and have adjourned 3 minutes ago.
Yeah.
right. Takes like 2
Too bad we
seconds.
can't just zoom in instead of driving up there, because then you could be on top. It's a long sit-
Here it is, it was in the folder.
Six-step road. Four fertilizer and 2 spray.
So are you wanting to I'm sorry, can I go back to that resolution you just approved? Are you you were evaluating it every 6 months, or that wasn't really mentioned in the, in
No,
the,
no,
okay.
I've mentioned it and then it's.
Set for the fiscal year.
We will update that. And then I'll get it, you can sign it next week.
First time Crawford County's ever been the highest.
Pretty typical.
So does that mean six
Six
applications at
Yeah.
170 per application?
Yeah. Kuhlman used to do it on his own when he was a supervisor. But when he would quit being a super, he treated it like it was his FFA training ground.
Oh,
Take a pretty good weed commission too.
Like he would, wouldn't he? He would.
I asked him about it already.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay.
I saw him, I'm like, oh, what are you doing this summer?
He said, no.
He's like,
so with this is, they do the courthouse, in the courthouse only, or what other,
About all we
Yes.
have.
nothing else, like county sheds, nothing like that, just
No.
this courthouse?
No,
No,
county sheds don't really need weed eradication or
most of them. are
fertilizing, or I
eradicated.
think
The only one
they're
that has grass
mostly
is
gravel,
down
right?
there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and so that's, pretty standard for what he's been charging.
Mhm.
So,
Seemed like it.
all right.
It is what it
Do we have
is.
a motion to approve it or decline it?
I move we approve the loan spray bid from Phil's,
At $170 per
$170
application.
per application, 6 applications.
All right,
Six, yep, 6
$1,020.
good with that math. All right,
Second.
all right, have motion, any further discussion? If not, I'll call the vote. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. It moves and approved. Thank you. All right, so now we have Jacob. You've been waiting so patiently to come up and,
We'll try to keep this one sweet if we can.
That'd
It's
be
not really,
awesome.
and to start things off, there's no money involved in this one.
but
So Apple offers, so Apple offers a program to every business that has Apple devices. It's called Apple Business Manager, okay? It bolts on to any mobile device management solution, okay?
Sign the front.
I would like to enroll the county in that program, okay? It's a little bit more intensive than your standard user agreement, that's why I'm bringing it before the board. It's not like terribly, but the point being that, I would like to just get the board's approval to proceed with this. It's a 2-part process, okay? First one is the standard enrollment portion. And then here's the kicker, and that is, you would have to empower me to, sign said, or bring the county into said agreement, okay? And that is done through a verification process via a phone call from Apple. So,
What does Apple Business Manager do for us? You said it bolts on to something, so.
our mobile device management, okay, we've had one for a couple of years. About 3 years ago, we elected into something called Cisco Meraki's System Manager, okay? And it runs all our iPads and some of our phones. So, and that, if they get lost, or we can track them in the kind of a form of LoJack, if you will, for lack of a better term. So we're just expanding those features for free. So is what it amounts to. There's no, like I said, there's no additional cost with it. And it allows me to put these devices in supervised mode, and gives me more access to the functions on those devices. It just expands it.
said no dollars,
No dollars.
just a standard enrollment.
Mhm. And it's a 2-part process, is the kicker in it. Basically, what it amounts to is I fill out the application, stating that I can do this, I'm empowered to get us into Apple Business Manager, okay? And then they call said business or organization to verify that information.
It's not one of those bait and hook deals where they get you in and then next year we get a subscription and now we can't live without it.
Nope, nothing like that.
All right,
Any other pretty much any business that owns a fleet of Apple devices gets in on this, okay?
what's a fleet?
Just,
I got about 6.
well, yeah, I mean, it's 8, 10, 20, but a rather large amount beyond a standard residential user, okay? Is what Apple Business Manager does.
Okay.
So, one of the features, is if you designate who your reseller is, the person that you're buying all your equipment from, they will automatically get enrolled to all of it, including the MDM. So you're actually quite literally getting it straight from the store while it's in shipping, and you're able to track it from that location. We don't have that.
How many Apple devices do you think the county has?
Right now, in the MDM itself, we are tracking at 18. We're using a free license provided by Meraki.
So those are all cell phones or?
There are like 3 to 4 cell phones. We track all of the public health iPads on them. And some of the, there's some other functions I wanna put, Sherry's got an iPad, I'm gonna put that in there. I did have that device in there when we were originally looking at it, that was Jerry's Surface. I had that in there at one point, but that was not part of Apple Business Manager, that was just the MDM, okay? I think I pulled it off just because it really didn't serve any function and I got a better tool for it, so.
So when you say you're tracking, you know, like when you say you're tracking public health and we have the gals that are on the PRN and we want that back, can we shut that service off so they can no longer use those computers because they belong to us? And
Right. Well, there's two functions that you can do with that, and now we're getting beyond the MDM a little bit, but
Okay.
you can, like, because they're on a Verizon plan, so you can kill them from there.
Okay,
The other thing is that I can use it to, like, if I need to send a message to them, I can actually send a message straight to that device saying, hey, come see me, or something along those lines, or I can change the passcode on it so they can't get into it.
that would get them to maybe say, hey, what's wrong with my computer, my kid can't play its game.
Perfect.
So,
So you're looking for, permission to do that, Jay?
yeah, basically is what it amounts to, and
All
then
right.
I need to have a designator to who to call
Okay,
to verify that I can get Electus into it.
we haven't called Terry?
No.
That's, when I was talking with Colin about this, he mentioned maybe having one of the IT committee members from the board.
Oh, you wanna call Dave?
Um,
Push me over.
I felt like there was a bus that just ran me over.
I will not object if you wanted to call Dave.
I say we make a
There goes the
motion
back tires.
for our action as to authorizing him to do that and authorizing our appointed IT person, Dave Mulbauer, to be the call person.
How often are you gonna be calling me?
This is just this one time.
Oh, well, you could.
Right.
That's what we
It's
do
just
every
very-
day.
You just have to answer every phone call.
No,
Every day at 6 a.m. you get a call.
You're just
All right.
basically, hey, yes, yes, this is who I
All
am,
right,
and Jake can do this.
all right.
Sounds
So
good, Jake.
we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Otherwise, I'll call
Motion
it.
and a second. Who was it?
I thought we did.
Oh,
I'll second
motion.
it. He motioned it.
I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry. You might have it. I
I
didn't.
need a happy
so-
pill. Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign? Been moved and approved.
Can I give you the number, Dave?
515-669-7587.
What's your number?
Okay.
All right,
Sir.
we are down to citizens input. Where'd all of our citizens go?
They want the watch.
So you're on here to talk to her.
I think she was and then she wasn't, so she must have,
Okay.
because I had told her to be on the agenda for next week because it didn't make it to the agenda, because it
Okay.
wouldn't be an action. And then Louise had told her to just come in during the citizens input part, and then, so she's maybe got busy or whatever, so she
So
will
she'll be on the agenda next week.
Yes,
Okay.
she will. Can you?
The towers are all up. The pads are all poured, the electricity is all ready to go. We're waiting for buildings, generators, fences to go around the towers.
Is there a building in each tower?
Yes. Because the transmitters will be in the buildings.
They're,
Okay.
what, 8 by 12?
Are those, are we ordering them and they're just
They're-
like coming on
they've been
slats or are
ordered.
they?
From what our understanding is, and we're waiting for them to get delivered.
Okay,
And then we will have to provide the crane to set them. The generators are at least a year out, which does not make us very happy, but
Yeah,
we're still fuming on that, but I don't know. what we're
Nice
at.
pictures, by the way, that you took of the guys up on top. I think that'd be a great picture in the paper.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
what's gonna make it better pictures when the vice chair's on top turning the light bulb on.
I second that.
No, I have a fear of heights.
That
I
was
have
my
a-
next statement, that the lights are not activated, and we're waiting for a direction from Sabre, who put the towers up, as to whether that's my.
oh, from an insurance standpoint?
My responsibility,
I just can't believe you
or they, whether they were supposed to hook them up, that the wires, the lights are on the tower. The wires are there, it's a question of whether we're supposed to plug them in, there's a temporary service there, so there's an outlet, so we can either plug them in or we have to get a thing that makes them blink. I don't know. So
Whew,
that's
yeah, but it's a
something
liability
that
for us.
we need to find out. I've been in contact with our insurance company to get the towers insured.
And somebody needs to climb up and plug them in?
No, it's all plugged in. That's what the
All the way
guys,
up
that's what the
there.
guys were doing up there was getting that all set and then
Okay.
putting the lightning rod.
You think they would have wanted to plug them in while them guys
I
were
would
up
have
there in
thought
case
so,
the
once
ball
you're
was
up there, I'd have.
It'd be nice to check and see if it worked.
Yeah, while you were up there.
Yeah.
All right, well, we're moving along.
Maybe they have.
Them up.
Yeah, they could
We
have.
were
Thanks for
in
the
a
update.
conference call with Raycom last week, Ty and Mr. Schultz and I.
Kyle.
Kyle,
Mr.
Yeah,
sorry.
I go by that.
Well,
Lost my.
Kevin.
I thought Mr. Schultz sounded better.
Yeah.
so
But we were on them, they're gonna get us some prices and proceed.
very good, yeah. It's good to see those up and running and some guys hanging off of them. So, all right, if we have nothing else, we could have a motion
you got
to adjourn.
Move we adjourn?
Yeah, he'd be weak tonight.
All in favor to
You're a country
adjourn?
boy.
Aye.
Aye.
That's my.
All right.
Getting our picture taken today?
I think that's the
Okay,
plan. If
here's-
someone's still in my
Here's
office.
from
to do it.
Ty, here's from Ty real quick. Yes, I plan to attend, funeral just got over, I plan to be with the family for a bit, I have 2 meetings tonight, then off to Omaha for a round of chemo in the morning. All right, so Ty will be here. So Terry, if Ty stops in by chance, I've left everything here for him pertaining to the meeting tonight as far as his
This is for your
agenda.
meeting tonight also.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I emailed it, but I don't know. Yeah, I
Too much
actually
data.
got it.
Too many spaces.
Man, oh man, oh man.
See, the number of employees that works for the county, is that what that means? Just county employees, full-time,
Where are we at?
Crawford County, number of employees, 109 FT, 43 PT.
Yes.
So that would include all county
All
nurses,
county employees.
all county employees.
You got it.
Okay.
And these counties are all counties of our size.
Wait.
Dude, I'm gonna get a ruler and
So we just bring this tonight?
Desire.
either there or have it memorized.
I'll bring it.
I'll read it. All right. Me and Dave have another. Oh, I have to go get a license.
Restroom and coffee drinking. Running me over the bus, have me be the phone call person.
Do you have a picture of the?
at some point.
Okay.
He's like, she'll know.
I do know, and I sure didn't expect.
Clayton doesn't have an assessor.
Yeah, I think there's 7 counties that do not have assessors right now.
What are they doing?
Hiring it,
Subcontracting it?
subcontracting it, Blaine can probably explain it probably better. Crawford's gonna have to bring people in to configure reassess the whole damn town. Don't bring that up, probably, that's gonna be really expensive.
Anything that jumps out at you, Kyle?
Not yet. I've been up way too long for that. Didn't see you this morning, Greg. I was waiting for you.
I came too late, I saw you driving down the road as I was pulling into the drive.
Did anybody see my email about the 4 county meeting?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
I saw that one. I forgot.
Wait, wait,
what it was.
Where'd your daughter go?
Phoenix, back to college. She flew home last week for a funeral.
Southwest?
No, American.
So, oh, do they have a direct?
Yeah,
So,
yeah, they do. They were cheaper than Southwest for round trip this time, so.
Southwest has been giving away,
No,
giving
he's
away
just went to the
stuff
restroom.
there for,
Good, I
because they
gotta
got
yell at
themselves
him.
in so much trouble.
Or get to yell at it.
Yeah, kinda got a sour taste in my mouth right now.
About what?
Well, just dropping 2,500 flights a day or whatever when they were doing that. Slam that thing down.
There, you'll find it.
I don't know, Scoot was always the one that kept that.
I don't know, it was in Barb's notes,
Yeah.
we always turned the receipts for LOA and, road use tax in to the board. If you don't want them, let me know and I'll gladly quit
You
making
just
them walk
gladly quit
over.
doing that?
Yep, not
Scratch
a
that
problem.
note out.
How often do you do that? Every month?
Local option sales tax comes in once a month and road use tax comes in twice a month. One
Okay.
big payment and then a smaller payment a week later.
Alright,
So, yep.
thank you.
They can always be reprinted if they need to be at a future time too, so, yeah.
You see the point?
That's the point. I don't know, Eric always wanted to keep track of that for some reason. I never looked at it.
I don't see the point, I guess.
I have a question for you, young man.
Sure.
Okay, so the newly elected official school, one of those days was for the executive board. I thought you said they were covering one night of your
Spring conference.
lodging.
Spring conference.
Not for that. BS, sorry, I'm gonna say that. In the future, will you not turn in your hotel until you've actually stayed? Give us your receipt from the hotel. I don't want your email reservation thing.
That's fine.
And in this last check, that $80 supervisor meeting, did you pay ISAC or were we to pay ISAC?
I paid it.
You did pay
I paid
them.
it with my-
So this is a reimbursement to you.
I paid
You
it.
don't have to do that.
I don't.
No, give us your invoice and we'll pay ISAC.
They can pay it right away, that's one of the.
I
things
usually
they
had
can
the
pay
link right on there for the card, so I just paid them.
Right, don't.
Okay.
Give us the invoice.
Yeah,
We'll-
stop
we'll-
that.
We'll pay them directly. It looks
Cheaper.
better than a reimbursement,
Okay,
in my humble opinion. And then hold the hotels until you actually stay instead of,
I get what you're saying, Kyle. I know what you mean by hotel expenses and where we're at. But I don't take mileage. I don't take the $30 meal.
Well,
I don't take health insurance.
all I can say is the gentleman that got up and left as soon as we're done talking about it, socked us
Right.
pretty hard last year.
that's what you need to talk about, is if you bring your family to these events, then you split those expenses, whether it's $150 room or it's a $400 cabin, whatever, then there needs to be a equitable split.
Yeah, I can
But
see
the
where
county
you
is
need
not
to- you need to- you
responsible
need to set
for
it
housing
up.
your family
top
while they're
end.
on vacation with you while you're at a conference.
I didn't realize that happened.
It did 2 years in a row.
We can bring it in there. That's why I just figured we can put a limit on it.
Right.
If that limit's $200, I
Right.
don't care.
And you know,
Then
that
that's- then
$30, the $30 a day meal thing, you can delegate that. You could say 7 for breakfast,
Yep.
10 for lunch, you know what I mean? You
7,
could
10, and
8
12
for
or whatever
lunch
like
and
that.
then whatever for dinner. You can segregate that out. So say the conference offers a lunch and you partake in the lunch, you still only get to spend, say, $15 for your dinner. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, it's just a suggestion. You don't have to do
Seemed like
anything,
when I was with the Fire
obviously.
service training bureau, and we would do, that's how it was. It was so much for breakfast, so much for lunch, and so
Right.
much for supper.
Right.
You know, and the limit was set at whatever,
But I've always
for hotels
figured-
for a day, and
If I go, if I get the hotel and conference paid for, I don't care about mileage and meals. But that's
Yeah.
just my own
Right.
self.
yeah, I'm not trying to stifle anybody from going to training. I'm just-
No,
but then again,
but there's some excessive things going on and
Then
they
you think
just
about
need
it
to get
again,
managed.
we put down $500 in our budget for.
Is that the supervisors did was 500?
I don't know if we did that much, but.
I don't know, I didn't do.
I thought we had 2,500.
Oh, 500 per person, yeah.
Did you?
I did.
So
Wonder if
But-
Jeanette can,
as long as you don't go over your total budget.
Then if you don't go and you sign up.
Right, I could spend all
You don't see the
2,500.
council, so you get, I don't charge you.
I paid for that thing we're going to on Thursday, didn't I? I think I registered.
This from my records, or am I supposed to pass?
It's good information
It is
for
very-
your little
very
communication, your
good.
LEC stuff that you're
So we
going
gotta
through.
meet tonight at 5:30?
Catch up.
5:39.
Oh, we don't have one, oh,
Yes,
we do
sir.
have one, oh, we don't.
Don't think I didn't catch that.
So do you wanna
I
see if
said-
there's someone to-
Aren't the
that would take my
pumpkins
picture?
Susie?
And I got that out of
Yes.
the way, I don't need to worry about
Let's
it?
see,
I think Mary was doing it.
did you put the flags over here by the door or
We did.
The person
something?
that
We
called me
did,
was at the
You
Dickinson
did that all
County,
set up.
and they said there was gonna be one in Crawford County, and she thought I should know that.
I just would like to know, just give me your plan, or you know where
Well,
things are at.
I think I've made that very clear, every single meeting, just give us the facts and only the facts.
Should I stand in the background and hold it like that straight for you or not?
That'd be fine.
I guess I'm getting mine taken over too, because the one that I took last time I didn't like.
Right here.
Right here inside.
Where you wanna do it?
Inside
Inside the door?
You're probably gonna need to stand. Oh, you got it, never mind.
With the.
How was it? Was
We
it
had it
open?
wide open before, because then it says county
Oh, shoot,
supervisor.
shoot.
Oh, sit over here. But
Underneath there?
they're really far away. Maybe the flags are. I don't know. I wasn't in here when you did it, so.
I'm listening.
Megan?
They're kind of close together.
Put them together on one side of the door, right? Over there.
No, there's.
They were like that?
Yeah, in between.
Oh, okay.
I think you ready for tonight?
Yeah.
Go online. and-
I spent a lot of time.
It's kind of-
No, they're not on there.
I think
Oh, the old ones are?
the,
Oh,
my
those
statement
ones were
will do
done.
is the best guess of all of us together of what.
Oh, now we're-
we're thinking.
Okay.
And Kyle thought that
Oh, there we go. I think.
probably after this year, we could probably cut at least $750,000, if not $1 million out of the budget. Because everything will be done.
Got better than
And
the
so it's just gonna be maintenance. After
And then you're
that.
here.
To stand between them.
Let me get out of the way.
Can I smile or is it like
What's
my
that?
driver's license?
However you
Couple.
would like it.
The Fire Association, Boulder Craftsman, towards the ground.
Older numbers. Now it's
And I put 25 in. So that'd be 50, and that would get us, and we'll try to get the $15,000 number, but I don't wanna put a $40,000